Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Can I get a check for $1 million? Check, 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 check. Is this thing on? I suppose so. Well, let's get into it.
You think you know me? You think you know my struggles, my pain, my journey? Let me tell you something. Don't judge me by what you see or hear. I didn't walk this path to impress anyone. People love to point fingers, to act like they know everything. They don't know my story. You don't know what I had to sacrifice, because everything I've become was built from battles you never saw.
Alrighty, let me get my stuff working. All right, we should be ready to go. Let's see, get the camera right. Somebody's been messing with the settings. You've been messing with the settings, Beagle. Don't mess with Daddy's settings. What's wrong with you? Good grief. All righty. Well, it is Mudflood Flash Mob night. Hope everybody's doing all right out there. Um, the up at the, let me check. I don't know if it's still there. Um, yes, believe it is. Um, the link to get on the show is in the description of the of this video, and the link is also in the chat at the pinned at the top. The show rules are in the description of the video, and they are on my comment section on my YouTube page. So that being said, we are live, and so if anybody would like to come on and have a little chat, you're more than welcome. Just follow the show rules, and first come, first serve. And I like to give people time to talk. So if you have something quick you want to say, that's fine. If you want to have a longer conversation, that's fine too. Sometimes people, it takes you a minute to kind of get into the flow of what you want to say, and so I think it's nice to give people an opportunity to have that, that little flow of thought, of consciousness. So anyways, da dee da 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 dee. I wanted to show y'all something. Zip it, Skippy. So I'm doing my viaduct research for viaducts of Atlanta 2, as you know, and I ran across something interesting recently, and I just thought that I would share it with you guys. And just to kind of show you kind of where I'm at on this research. And so as I was looking up reverse image search and the images that I have like around 1,200, and it's growing actually. And I kept I kept finding new images. And anyway, somewhere in the process of that, I got into looking into um, the Civil War and the Battle of Atlanta and the burning of Atlanta. There's different names for it. Where the idea is where Sherman during the Civil War went through the South and was burning cities. And when he got to Atlanta, the story goes that he burned Atlanta to the ground. And I'm looking at these pictures and I'm thinking, well, I think that's a bunch of bullshit. So I'm looking at this thing and I'm thinking, you know, what are they doing here? There's a reason that they're saying they burn it to the ground. It's almost like it reminds me a lot of San Francisco, where you had the earthquake and fire, yet the buildings, they show us pictures of San Francisco destroyed, and then all of a sudden it's there again. It's very strange. It's the same thing in Atlanta. So I'm looking at the pictures of the Atlanta after Sherman went through and supposedly destroyed Atlanta. And the whole thing about Atlanta, their thing is that they say, oh, from the ashes, Atlanta rose from the ashes. That the and they call themselves the Phoenix City and all this stuff, and they use this Phoenix symbolism and all this stuff. And I'm thinking, there's just a bunch of hooey here. So, anyways, I'm looking into the burning of Atlanta, and I kept coming across images of Gone with the Wind, and I'm like, why do I keep seeing these damn images of Gone with the Wind when it talks about um, the Civil War and Sherman going through and the burning of Atlanta? And I didn't understand because I've never seen Gone with the Wind. It's an old movie, and I just have, even though I'm a movie buff, I just never have been interested to watch this old film. There's a lot of old films that I haven't watched. I'm just not huge into um, old film. I'm getting more interested in old film as I get older, and with the black and white, I'm more interested in black and white films. So I'm looking at this thing and I'm like, well, why am I getting this thing? And then I realized that there's this connection somehow to Atlanta. And you got to understand my ignorance on this. I didn't know any of this. I didn't know that. I knew it was about the South. I knew it was about the Civil War, and I knew that it was a love story. And I knew these things, and Scarlet, and I there was few things that I knew about it, but I did not know its connection to Atlanta. I just didn't know that. So I learned something new there. And so, I'm looking at this thing, and a big part of the story in Gone with the Wind is that Sherman comes through and he burns Atlanta to the ground, and um, it's and then it shows Reconstruction. So I'm like, man, this is really interesting. It's um, this is it, like there's something to this. So I started looking into it, and I'll show you something that I found that was really interesting. Here we go. Let me share the screen. Let me hide. Well, let me do my doodadded. Okay, so this is a picture, but it's actually a painting, and it says Atlanta in 1864. Now, this is a painting supposedly of Atlanta before Sherman burned it. And what's interesting about this is that this image is the image that that Hollywood used when they made the film Gone with the Wind to design the to hold on, it's not showing, is it? What in the world? Hold on. Why does it do that? There. StreamYard has gone to pure shit. I swear that thing was on there. Okay. I think it's on there. Okay. Hopefully that'll be right. So this image is an image of a painting of Atlanta in 1864 prior to Sherman burning Atlanta to the ground. And so Hollywood, when they made Gone with the Wind, they used this painting, this image, in order to create the sets for Gone with the Wind, the Atlanta sets, the sets where they showed Atlanta before Sherman came through, and the sets where they showed Atlanta burning, and the sets where they showed Reconstruction. So this is really interesting. I mean, you see Atlanta is, I mean, just from this is like got a lot going on in 1864. And I think there was a lot more than this. This is a painting. It's not a picture. And in 1864, they could take a picture. So, you know, it's interesting that they made a painting this well in 1864 instead of taking a picture, which they clearly could have taken. Now, here's what's interesting about this is that this is a marked picture that shows where what they call today underground Atlanta is located. It's right here. This area right here is what is now called underground Atlanta. This is Alabama Street, and it ran right beside the train tracks. And there's Peachtree Street there. Now, what's interesting about this is that this entire area here is where the viaducts are mainly located. And so what I'm telling you is that this image is where the viaducts of Atlanta are located. Now, here's a color image to give you another view. And I think it's just really interesting. Now, what else is interesting is that I looked into the writer, Margaret Mitchell, of Gone with the Wind. And her history is very sus. And I mean, it's like she's like this perfect person to write this story. She lived in a neighborhood that was very close to here, grew up in a neighborhood very close to here. Her house burned down in the Great Fire. And her family was like involved in the first trolley system in Atlanta. They were in the Confederate War. They were high class. They were prominent high class citizens. They lived in mansions. They had their mansion burned. I mean, there's all this stuff going on with her story. And she worked at a newspaper as a writer in the 1920s, which is the exact time that they finished closing over the 20s to the 30s was the exact time that they closed over the remaining viaducts. That's when they closed over. That's when they finished the viaducts. Okay, what they did was they started with a viaduct here and a viaduct there, and they'd been building them for a long time. And then in the 20s to 30s, they covered it over completely. They connected all the viaducts. And that's what they call when they say viaducts of Atlanta. But they've been doing it for years. So my point is that she was doing this. She was a reporter in Atlanta at a newspaper during the time that the viaducts were being finished over. She would have absolutely known about the viaducts. She lived in this area. I mean, she was like this cookie cutter perfect person to write this story to cover up what they did. And here's another interesting thing. This is the plaque that the state of Georgia's put up for the burning and destruction of Atlanta. If you get down to the very bottom here, it says, contrary to popular myth, only 40% of Atlanta was left in ruins. Yet we're told that Atlanta was burned to the ground. So I think that's very, very interesting, and I'm going to continue to look into that. I think that's very interesting stuff. So, anyways, I'm working on Viaducts of Atlanta, and it's going down different rabbit holes, and you never know where it's going to go. That's good hooch. Alrighty, hope everybody's doing okay tonight. I see Frankie and Kathy are hanging out. Miss Hippie's hanging out. Pacific Northwest is hanging out. Dragon Sage, how you doing? Dragon says he had a catastrophic nap. That's funny. That's funny. I've been there. That is hilarious. You ever had one of them days where it's like you're not that tired, but it's like, man, I could use a nap, and you just take a nap, and like you think you're gonna feel so much better, and then you sleep an hour and you wake up and you feel like just total dog shit. You're like, oh my god, what in the world did I do? That's funny. I've been there. Hey Sig, what's going on, Mr. Siggy? How you doing today? How you doing? Going through the little doodads here. I think I jumped around. Let's see. Sam Cahoon, hey, how you doing? If you want to come on, now's the time. The link is in the top of the comments, and it's in the description of the video. And if you need it posted up, somebody else can do that. Here we go. I think we got Sam here. And let me check here and read one more thing here. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, cool. And we're going to get here on here. Okay, I see you, Sam. If you want to turn on, if you want to leave your camera on, leave it on. And if you want to do your icon, do your icon. You good? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure you're. I don't want to post you up if you don't want to be on camera.
No, man, I don't care.
Some people don't want to be on camera, and I completely respect that.
For sure.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. I've been out chainsawing trees today, so I'm a little whooped, but I'm here. I got some hot cocoa ready to go.
There you go.
What can I do for you?
I don't know. I mean, I came here and basically it's like what we were talking about earlier is that like when you see all this, like what you're showing here, yeah. And that like what I posted in there earlier saying, hey, they did a painting from above. It's the wildest thing, right?
Yeah, I saw that comment. I actually was going to say something to you about that, and then I forgot. And I'm glad you brought that up. You know, do you know about bird's eye maps?
I mean, a little bit, but I mean, I see them.
Okay, the way that they did those, supposedly. Now, I'm not saying this is how they actually did them, but supposedly, what they did was they went street by street and made a map of a block. And in that map, they would also make little drawings of the buildings. And then they would come back and lay it all out and then make this master picture, the bird's eye maps from these like little pictures that they've drawn and put it together. That's supposedly how they drew these things. Sure.
Supposedly, right?
Supposedly. And I can't say that's how they did or didn't do it, but I'm sorry. I have researched many of one of those maps. Matter of fact, I'm looking at 3 of them right now for Viaducts of Atlanta, and they are so detailed and accurate that it's kind of scary that in that time frame they could do that. To me, really cool stuff.
And that's with any of the supposed technology, with anything that what they show you is kind of impossible to do. Especially with the time frame, like they're gonna that they're going on some kind of civil war and all these they're burning down stuff or whatnot, and they're able to do
with
yeah
what?
with what
Cannons?
and the population is it doesn't match up.
No,
Exactly.
it doesn't.
Yeah.
No, none of it matches up. No. Another thing is the glass plate negatives that I don't know if you know much about my channel, but my claim to fame in a lot of ways has been showing glass plate negatives, and those glass plate negatives are better resolution than digital cameras today in a lot of ways.
For sure.
And it's incredible because it's a process where they put chemicals on glass, and then they put it into a box camera. They open the shutter, and then they close the shutter, and then they process it with chemicals, and then it's this chemical layer on glass, and that is a negative. And that is so high a resolution. It's incredible. I mean, these things, the detail, if they're done right. Now, there's a lot of people that took the pictures that didn't know what they're doing, but the Detroit Photographic Company, for example, their photographs are bar none incredibly accurate. They are so good. And to have that technology in the late 1800s is, I can't even explain it, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, and because I imagine like they didn't have what you would so-called say digital. They didn't have digital, but they supposedly, right. But it seems like they have the equivalent of it to something else. That it's the exact same thing, just not in like a silicone form. Because our digital is silicone form.
Correct. So, and yeah, have you seen the Sanborn maps?
No. I'm not in like I don't see a lot of the maps or anything like that, because like a lot of the maps just like, again, it's just showing us what happened after our supposed event, whatever it was. It's just showing it what it was after it.
Correct. Hey, Dragon Sage, I see you there. Can you hit me up a little bit later? I'm gonna let our friend Sam here have his time here, and I'll let him talk for a while. Cool, thanks, bud. I like to let people go on for a while. Like if you want to continue, I want you to be able to feel like you have the time. You're not pressured to get on, get off. You understand?
No worries. And I mean, like the main thing, like what I was saying earlier in comments and stuff, is that like we don't know what the technology was at the time. And so like before the reset. Yeah, before the reset. After the reset, for sure. But like again, they could have just came in and turned on the machines that were still left over, that was already there.
Okay.
And supposedly call it
bricks.
Yeah.
For example, bricks. They didn't have brick making machines and brick ovens until later in the 1900s, like 1920-ish, 1910, 1920-ish. Now, everything before that, the official story is that they did it with hand molds and clamps. They fired the bricks with actual fire.
Yeah.
Now, that technology is still being used today, and it does work. But is that how they made the bricks?
Probably not. I'm saying that there was probably the equivalent of what technology is today, just not in the same form as the same thing as that glass negative. They may have probably had the same like advancement and able to do mass production of stuff.
And I agree with you. Here's the problem, is that number one, we don't know if there was a technology like that. We don't know what that technology was. Number two, when it comes to the official narrative, we can't prove that. There's no way to show where these bricks were made. There's too many bricks. There's not enough factories. There's not enough manufacturing capabilities in that time to make the bricks that were used.
There wasn't even so-called people. Like there wasn't enough so-called people to do this a massive amount of work.
No.
So whatever you would say that it was couldn't be. Like you couldn't even say that this is this and that is that, because it just, none of whatever story that the narrative is or whatever story that someone makes up, we have no idea.
No, but here's my thing. I wasn't alive before the reset, so I don't know. And I know I don't know. But what I do know that I don't know is how they did it. But I do know that the official narrative is bullshit. And that is what I focus on, how to prove that the official narrative is bullshit. That's what I focus on.
Yeah. And I mean, the easiest way is to show someone the panoramic view of San Francisco in 1897 and say, oh yeah, Mormons and miners and Freemasons somehow built this city in 30 years, which is it's insane. It never happened.
San Francisco is so weird because, you know, you see this humongous city and then you see the earthquake and fire and then it's destroyed. And then all of a sudden it's back again.
Like in the same way.
The same way. Like,
yeah.
What? Like, how in the hell does that even make any sense? There's no way. I'm sorry. I do construction for a living. And I'm sorry, but we're not that efficient.
Not one bit. And not even that efficient. Like, imagine trying to order that many bricks. Just go, hey, like, I'm going to telegraph someone in 1 million bricks or something. And the amount of time it would take to order that stuff.
It takes, I mean, okay. Well, first off, you couldn't call in an order. You had to actually
send a letter. Yeah.
Send a letter. They didn't have phone or telegraph at the time. And so they had to send a letter. Exactly. And that takes time. And then you have to maybe get a reply back because there might be problems. Anyways, you get this, or you need the money, whatever. You like, I need 1 million bricks. Okay, well, here's our estimate. Okay, yes, we'll give you $1 million, whatever. And then they send the money back. I mean, it's like 4 communications right there, and it took 2 weeks each way. And then it's like I've studied a lot of brick making. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to dig up the materials, which is very difficult to dig clay. Then you have to mix the materials together. Then you have to mold the materials. Then you have to knock them out and dry them in the sun, hope it doesn't rain. And then if it doesn't rain and they dry, okay, then you have to build them all up in a pile, and you have to build a clamp over top of them, which is using bricks that have already been fired.
Yeah,
then you have to put a fire in there. Then you have to have a bunch of wood to fire that fire. Then you have to burn it and burn it and burn it and burn it. Then you lose 10 to 15%, which become your clinker bricks. And then you've got some bricks. Now, they're the best bricks you could possibly get, but they're not uniform. They can be wildly different in colors and things like this. Then that doesn't even include the mortar. And the mortar, I don't know if you've seen what I've been doing with mortar lately, but I'm finding that the mortar that they used was lime mortar, and this lime mortar was self-healing. And this lime mortar is a completely intricate process in order to create the lime mortar. They didn't use Portland cement, and you've got a whole nother problem. Then you've got different colors. Depending on what color it is, depends on what location it came from. There are trillions and trillions of bricks that are unaccounted for. You've got walls, buildings, you've got roads, you've got all kinds of forms of bricks. You got star forts.
That are under the current ground as well.
The tunnels, yeah.
Yeah. That's the funny
complete tunnels under the ground, and like they're finding them over and over again as they're digging them up. Like Tampa, Florida is an example that, you know, under Ybor City, there's a tunnel nobody knew about.
The best story that we have right now is the tiny hat people in the tunnels in New York. It's just a cover-up story for people to understand that these were already there, like that this was already there, that these people somehow built these tunnels or something and were doing weird stuff in it, but it was just already there.
What they were doing was they were utilizing the areaways, and that's something I've gone into great detail with my pavement light research. Let me ask you a question. How did you stumble upon me? How did you get into my area?
I found you because scrolling through Old World Exploration. I saw all his channels that he has on his channel that like he was subscribed to. So I saw, and I just stumbled through you, watched some of your lives and stuff. So I was just looking, and that's the thing. Like, it just that some of the like interests, like that you would say something and be like, well, that we don't know if that technology was even how they, even if you were to say like, hey, they didn't make bricks the same way that we make bricks now. They could have been all alchemists or something and making bricks totally a different way. And we have no idea.
But see, that's the problem with that is, airy fairy speculation stuff that I have nothing for. I don't have any evidence for that. So I don't even focus on that. I don't even like think, well, did they do this or did they do that? Okay, it's fun to speculate, but I try to focus on what I can prove.
But you have to be able to prove something, you have to speculate it first. You got to go, okay, I have to come up with the idea first to speculate it, and then make experiments to see if we can. And again, stuff is hidden from us from all the time anyways.
Okay, but see, here's the thing with bricks, I have no speculation on how they could have made the bricks other than the ways that we know today. Do you have any ideas as how they might have made bricks?
They could be making them that we make stuff out. Like, one thing that's illegal right now is hemp. So like there could have been a hemp factor into that and stuff, like, because the stock out of that, and who knows, they may have had a way to put iron in the brick, because that's what that red clay is. It's just iron.
It's some iron. Yes.
Yeah, but that's what gives it that kind of red, the burnt redness is
right. There's iron in it. Hemp is interesting. I believe that they got rid of hemp. I believe the paper companies wanted to get rid of the hemp, because it was taking over their market.
It was all the industries, because it does fuel,
really good stuff.
Yeah, it's the stuff. They
used marijuana as its excuse to get rid of it.
Yeah.
They didn't go, we got to get rid of hemp. They said, no, we want to get rid of marijuana. And hemp was attached to marijuana. But they were actually going after the hemp.
The hemp, yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's sad. And I hope that someday we can get through that, because there are so many products. I can't even name them all that are possible with hemp.
Yeah, and we're 100 years behind. As I'm sitting here, we're 100 years behind on what we could actually do with it. Like because what they're saying is that because we have to kind of create all these new technologies for all our new stuff. Like, they'll give us the computers and stuff and the TV and all that stuff, and that's all cool and stuff, that we can do all this kind of crazy stuff,
which keeps us occupied.
Yeah, that we need to be able to, like, we have to make up the new things for manufacturing stuff that would benefit us.
Right.
But it's legal for us to do, because it's the whatever, again, strangers voting for strangers.
One reason I support Terrence Howard's work.
I haven't heard of him. What's he do?
Yeah, you have heard of him. Have you ever seen the television show Empire?
No, I don't like. I'm not big on watching television shows. Like that.
He was an A-list actor, and I used to like his movies before I woke up, and he did an interview at the Oscars, and he says, I'm going to be leaving Hollywood to study the flower of life. And I'm like, wait, what? And
yeah, and
so I'm like, okay, I got my ears perked. And so I looked into what he was doing, and yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. And it's really cool.
Cool. I'll look at it. What was his name again? What was it?
Terrence Howard.
Terrence Howard. Okay, cool. I got that. Yeah.
His work on what he calls the linchpin is very fascinating. He's designing new technology, free energy tech. He's invented a new drone. All kinds of interesting stuff that he's working on. That's just very, very cool. And he doesn't do a lot of interviews anymore. But you can find him. I believe it's thc.com or something like that. If you look up Terrence Howard, his work on the linchpin is what he calls it. And basically the linchpin is the the voids in between the spaces of the flower of life, the bubble, the space between the bubbles of the flower of life.
Yeah, and that would be kind of similar between your breathing in and the instant you breathe out. That oneness, that and the conscious decision to breathe out when you're like doing control breathing and stuff. That
Right,
would
the
be the
space in between.
yeah,
Yes, exactly.
the one that's like, I coach tennis, and that when we tell kids to like breathe while they're swinging, is that one instance between the backswing and the release, is that's when you that decision is the one decision to start the swing and to exhale out at that same point,
Right,
is being very controlled,
right.
and that's how you know you're in control of the swing.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Where did you learn that?
That's something that like I've the guy I work under, that he has kind of some kind of philosophy of the one and breathing techniques and stuff as we work with kids, but
Okay.
that's kind of something I've came up with,
Okay.
that when that exact moment between breathing in and breathing out is the neutral.
Gosh, you know who you would like? Andy Anderson, the skateboarder. Do you know who that is? He does a lot of stuff along the same lines of what you're talking about in skateboarding.
Yeah, and it's with any athletic, any decision making process, anything that has to do with, like, I mean, it could be just like if you're controlling your excavator or something, that when you make that decision is the one.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Just so you understand, I'm a huge smartass. I'm Gen X, and so I'm always talking shit. It's just kind of my shtick. I'm joking a lot of times. So if you're coming in and you're wondering like, how can he believe this and believe that? I might not. I might be joking.
For sure.
So you kind of have to take it with a grain of salt.
You have to have this kind of back and forth communication on stuff or whatever. But
See,
like,
this is why I wanted you to come on here, because in the comments section,
everyone's an asshole. Everyone's an asshole in the Kent. And it doesn't matter if you, again, and the thing is, like, if people identify with stuff way too much. Like, my theory is that I'm just, this is a meat suit. Like, I'm not actually here. I'm not actually here. That we all have an antenna system, which is the nervous system and the central processing unit, the brain.
Correct.
So everything here is vibrating. It's part of the ether. It's just a disruption of the ether. I'm not actually here. So I can't actually identify with anything of emotion, of anything that's part of this reality, because it doesn't actually exist. None of this exists, but we can see it though.
I actually believe that we are in a holographic universe that is in the mind of God.
And that is yourself. Like, you are the creator.
Right.
You are creating everything.
I'm a part of the creator. I'm a portion of the creator. I'm not the overall. I believe I'm a portion that's been given, the ability to manipulate the hologram, the ether, to use universal law in order to learn lessons on my journey through this third dimensional reality.
Right. And the only problem that I have with that it's not that it's not all the one here, that something has happened here, that as if we may have been taken over or conquered or something. Like, I can't stick my head that it's all the one.
Well, I believe that the creator is both light and dark, both positive and negative, that the elite, the dark energies of our universe are actually the creator, allowing free will to create in the creation. And it's basic. If people say, how can God allow a child to have this happen to him? It's because God is all. God is the good, the bad, the ugly. Okay. God is everything, the light, the dark. Okay. Every single thing is the creator. And so that is why bad things happen to good people. And we are allowed in this universe to do light or dark or a combination of there above. and you can't have the light without the dark or the dark without the light. And so people need to understand that yes, bad things happen, and yes, there are bad people in this world controlling our world. They're probably being controlled from a higher dimension, but those people are a part of the creator too. But here's the thing, the creator has complete control, and the creator wins in the end. So no matter what the elite do, in the end they lose, and they know this. But they're grasping at straws, trying to hold on to it for one little bit of time, thinking that what they want to do is they want to flip the universe and make it a negatively charged universe. They can't do that, but they want to.
And that's what I'm saying, that there may be something outside that has infiltrated in.
Yes.
That it's not that, yes. Yeah, that it's not quite all the one. That if where I'm at here, outside of where I'm at here, is something else is going on. That we have no idea. It's kind of been hidden from us. That this is not just the only place.
No. I believe it's coming from the fifth dimension. And I believe that they cannot physically do things in our third dimension. That's why they have to get us to do things, and why they have the elite do things, because they can't physically do it. They can energetically say, we want you to do this or that, but then the elite have to actually do that. But the problem is the elite are crazy, and everybody wants to be in charge. Everybody wants to be on top of the pyramid, and they're all fighting each other.
Yeah, and it seems like that some things are scripture, like that it's not scripture.
They wrote the scripture.
It's the script. It's the script, and yes. They just follow this playbook that especially when we not we. I don't want to bring me into what these people do, but the country that I lived in supposedly bombed another country on a tiny hat holiday. Like that's what they seem to do things by a playbook.
Yeah. Well, they think that it gives it the right energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which if there is a dark and a light energy from the same source, that just it seems kind of weird that we have to have this kind of weird fight.
Look, the creator is in control. This is my point of view. The creator is in control. The creator is experiencing the creator, being the creator within creation. And the creator allows free will because the creator wants to experience light and dark and see how it plays out. Sure. But he knows, or it knows, Bob, whatever you want to call it, shithead, whatever you want to call it. The creator knows the ending of the story. It always goes back to the creator no matter what. The creator will always win.
And period. What is it like? That's what I'm saying. What is it winning? It's just trying to have the experience. Like
it's having a good time.
Yeah. Like again, that seems like that seems weird for to have a good time like that.
Okay. Alan Watts has the greatest parable. He says that God is sitting around one day, and God realizes that God is, everything that ever has been, that ever is, that ever will be. And God is everything, the all. But there's only one thing God can't experience, and that is God being God. Can't experience what it's like to be God. So God created the universe and created souls to go out into the universe and forget who they are, so they can remember who they are and create within creation, so that the creator could experience itself.
Sure.
That's the way Alan Watts put it, and I like that.
Yeah, I imagine that it's just some entity just sitting there in some kind of like yoga pose going, what do I do now? Like, what do I do now?
What's that Men in Black at the end of the movie, that the universe is on the collar of a cat?
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? I don't know. I don't sit here and think I know what the creator is. I have no clue. It's above my pay grade. I don't even worry about it.
But what I know is that that we can tell that it's just a bunch of frequency here, that we're in some kind of electromagnetic space.
I mean, quantum physics says it. Yes, quantum physics is actually on point when it comes to how this shit works.
Yeah, so that again, I'm in some kind of avatar that I'm not really here. So that,
well, your soul is not really here. Yes, is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just operating this thing, like
for lack of better words, yes, it's not a ones and zeros. It's not a hardware and software. Your soul, okay, your light body is projected into this meat suit, as you called it, and it's an avatar. It feels real, but if you get into quantum, physics, you realize that nothing is touching. None of this is real. None of it. The deeper you go, the less it's attached.
Yeah,
the further it is apart.
It's just a vibration. All it is. Yeah, it's all light. It's all vibration of light.
It's all energy.
Yeah. That's all that's all this place is. And so
it's really cool. I think.
Yeah, except that some few tiny a few group of people have convinced a whole population to kind of be slaves. But that's the uncool thing about it.
It is very uncool. But we have also, through our free will, given them that ability.
Yeah, and that's what, like, I tell people that people go out and vote, and like, voting is just allowing strangers to tell other strangers how they live their lives. Like, we're too involved in other people's lives. That's why we can't have hemp. That's why we can't. That they dug up all these railroads and stuff so that we all have all these cheap made cars or whatever. Like, we have to drive around and all day.
Ask you a question. How did you? Well, I guess first question: how did you wake up to the Mudflood? What spawned you to look into that?
So when I was 14, I played baseball, and our like 14-year-old little league team went to the state championships in Nevada, and we went where they hosted it was in some like small town in northern Nevada. Okay. And so we won our first 2 games, and we had a day off. So we went, like, they packed up our whole team, and we went to even a smaller town called Virginia City. And when you go around, we got to walk through this tiny town, and you go, wait a minute, there's this giant church there. There's these buildings that are pretty impossible the way they set. It looks like they made the Hollywood Western scene out of it, but you could see the bricks around it. You could see you could see through the facade.
Right.
And so that something happened here that you could tell from the bottom of where they built these things that things weren't matching up. Like, my dad was in industrial maintenance, and I saw he would do stuff at mines, and I was like, "Whoa, dude, that this could not be possibly done by a bunch of miners." Like, why would you even think about building this? And then that just kind of stuck in my head. And then all the other events that happened, like, I run through them when people go for government and stuff. Like, hey, you know what happened in what I've lived through? I was like, 2 buildings knocked down 3 planes, weapons of mass destruction, the Iraq war, banks are too big to fail, cash for clunkers, your healthcare will be cheaper, Fast and Furious, what other ones that safe or 2 weeks to flatten the curve, safe and effective, the Epstein files don't exist. Like, the government continues to lie to you, and you continue to allow them to do stuff to you. Like, you won't do anything about it. But you'll go out there and go, hey, we need to change this by voting. Obviously, it's worked every single time.
What year would you say that you realized the Mudflood, or you found the?
And I'm not even like saying that, like, it was a mudflood. Some event happened here. Like, I
can't.
The event.
The reset.
I'd say
reset.
Yeah, I would say, like, right when COVID happened, when that 2020-ish, when I was like, hey, something that in my past is kicking back in to go look at, like, like how Rome was, and I go,
Okay.
hey, this wasn't this what this is not how it was. Like that
Something's off.
Something's off. Something is really off. But I was already in the motion that like, hey, these people lied to you. Like,
and where did you originally find the answers to that? Like,
I think I watched that documentary, like the Irwin or whatever flat Earth, whatever thing that guy did, Irwin or the history of flat Earth or something. I forgot.
Oh, Lost History of Flat Earth.
Yeah. And I, like some of it, like he does a good job explaining it. I'm still not into. I'm definitely not into the NASA ball thing. That. But I'm not entirely into the flat Earth thing, because we're in a magnet. So the only thing that's actually flat is your connection, like the dielectric plane of inertia that you connect with this place. That's the only thing that possibly can be flat.
A holographic flat Earth. That it's a projection.
It's a torus. Yeah, it's a torus field.
I believe it's a double flat Earth projection within two torus fields.
Yeah, I just think that again, it's energy. So like if you look at like Ken Wheeler stuff with the ferrocell, that you can see what it is, and the only thing that's actually a straight line is that dielectric plane of inertia.
Okay.
So like that we perceive it to be flat, but it's not actually flat.
So would you say you woke up in 2020, or did you wake up?
Oh no, I woke up before then. Like I've in college, I wrote a paper about how 9/11 was total nonsense. Like all the things.
What year would you say? I'm trying to I woke up in 2008. I'm interested in when people woke up, how long they've been into it.
I'm from Vegas. I have watched us implode buildings.
Yeah.
So as soon as they rolled those TVs out during that event, and they rolled TVs out, so we all saw it. And as soon as those buildings came down, I was like, no, that's a controlled way of things going down. Like I've already witnessed this before.
Reverse.
Yeah. There's no way. I've seen this happen before, and I imagine I've played Jenga.
You've never seen that happen before. It was the first time and the last time in history they did a reverse implosion.
Yeah, but like the way
you're right. It actually was like clear as day.
Clear as day that thing went down like that. So like I was like, so you could say 2001. I was like, oh yeah, that was right at the bat. Or even earlier in fifth grade that I was at, like, I won a science fair in second grade, but in fifth grade they all of a sudden said that you couldn't bring glass for your science fair project. Like I got kicked out of the science fair for that thing. So I was like, oh, this school stuff is nonsense. Why am I here?
Bullshit. It's just to train you.
12-year government indoctrination camp. That's all it is. To tell you all this history that nothing happened.
I was a terrible student. I did not do good in school. And it's because I knew everything they were teaching me was crap. And I just was not learning anything. I've read 3,000 books. Okay. You can't see it. There's behind me. But I have 3,000 books that I've read. Over 3,000. So, I mean, I taught myself. I'm autodidactic like that. And anything I wanted to learn how to code. So I bought a book on coding. I taught myself how to code. Anything I wanted to learn, I learned because I wanted to learn it.
Yeah. That's how you have to learn, is that you want to learn. You can't stick a kid in there and say, you need to learn this. Like you have to want to learn it.
This person's name, it doesn't work.
Fill in the bubble sheet, please. Like that's what it was.
I was a terrible student. They pushed me through this. The teachers passed me through because they knew I had the intelligence to do it, and they just passed me through. So I never failed. I just went right on through. Yeah,
I had to get some kind of decent grades because I wanted to go play baseball. I was like, I have to get some kind of decent grades to go play baseball.
They put me in special classes. They would put me in these like study hall things, which were total bullshit. And I never did anything in them. And it was just a way to push me through.
Yeah. To just say, hey, you got the credit. We'll give you the credit.
Like I failed algebra 4 times, and finally they put me in this basic math class that taught you how to do a checkbook things like that, and do your taxes, and I aced it.
Yeah, because those were like real things that you will most likely use.
Probably. I mean,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, and I found that. Yeah. But when I was in 4th and 5th grade, I was in a magnet school, and I was taking astronomy and music and computers and all these courses that were just photography. I'm in a dark room in 4th grade, taking pictures and developing them in a dark room, and I loved it. And that kind of stuff in 6th grade or 7th grade, you know, I knew how to take apart an engine and put it back together, a small engine. You know, stuff like that I was learning. I was really good at because it was interesting. But as soon as you started talking BS, like the hit like science, I would just sleep through it. I couldn't stand it.
Yeah, because most of it's just nonsense, anyways. Like
I hated it.
That your chemistry is just like, yeah, you can do stuff with it, but it's not actually what happens.
I'm not going to be a chemist, and I know
Yeah.
that. That was my problem. I knew
If
I
it
wasn't
doesn't interest you.
I wasn't
Like
going to be a rocket scientist, so I wasn't interested in algebra. Had no interest for me. Who is your favorite alternative research YouTube person or another platform?
Me. Like me, like honestly, because most of mine, like I'll jump on TikTok, but like that you don't get any views.
Really?
Like it's hard to get, yeah, it's hard to get views or anything when you talk as kind of more of the, I don't even say truth, but like that's something so far out that no one wants to really pay attention to it, because like the majority of people here are programmed. Like that was the whole thing about the school, was to program you into these things. Disney, all the TV, it's all to program you to make sure that you don't see any of this, that how bad you're getting just absolutely railed.
So I don't worry about like who's watching or if they're interested. I just do my thing, and they either come or they don't. And I don't worry about having hundreds of thousands of subs or anything like that. I don't care about that.
But as if someone gets bigger into this, if someone can actually break through, that if they could change the way this place operates, that if we can change minds of others, and this is the best format we have now, other than actually going out. And that's another thing, as I will tell someone straight to their face, hey, yo, viruses don't exist. It's never been isolated from a single untampered human sample. Straight to their face, I'll go and I will walk you through how they say they find a virus and how they didn't do a control or anything like that. But I'll say right to them, that's the very first start, because that's the most recent thing we have, is that, hey, that there are no viruses, yo. Why do you keep vaccinating people?
Yeah. My boss, I asked my boss a question yesterday, and his response was, "Oh man, I'm sorry, I didn't have time." And I said, "Time's an illusion." And he's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, here." And I sent him a bunch of information. Time is an illusion. He's like, "What?" Like he just, shut up, you know. But I just enjoy the hell out of that, you know.
Yeah, and the same thing, like the same spiel I do about like how government works or whatever, that they'll straight up lie to you. I'll make that same line. Hey, 2 planes knocked down 3 buildings. They found the passports, yo. That giant explosion, they found their passports. You could even show them a video of the news anchor going, believe it or not, they found the passports. Like,
have you read Dr. Judy Wood's book?
Which one's that? The
Where Did the Towers Go?
Yeah, well, I haven't read it, but like I can imagine that quote. Where did they go?
It's a great read. You love it. You really love it. That's a good book. Have you done any study into JFK?
I think it was just a giant psyop. It was the same thing as the Donald Trump getting the fake assassination that happened, or the Charlie Kirk thing, or whatever. It's the same thing. It was all government is a reality TV show that offs real people. That's all it is. So that they're going to show you a TV show to put whatever agenda they want to put in and program the people to accept this.
Yeah, it is so weird. You know, that whole Trump thing was like so poorly done. I cannot believe people fell for that. Like, I got shot in the ear, yet his ears
completely
healed
fine.
in 3 days
Yeah.
or something. Like, what are you talking like?
And the funniest thing is that that I don't like have a lot of YouTube channels that I follow, but one of the ones I follow is Steve Lookner at Agenda Free TV. And every time he jumps on, it's always propaganda nonsense. And he didn't cover a lot of Trump's campaign speeches, but that was one he did. And I was like, oh, I should watch this, whatever he's doing, because something might happen here. And of course, I saw it live. And I was like, oh, this is all fake. Yeah.
That I don't know if you saw, but I did a lot of research into the Charlie Kirk assassination. I actually have original research on Charlie Kirk, and nobody has picked it up. It is like crystal clear what I picked up. I did a 5.5 hour live stream on it. It's about. Did you know that there were not one but two EMTs on scene that day, and they were denied to help him?
Yeah, most likely. And as soon as you figure out all these are like kind of weird psyops, you kind of turn it off. You go, I don't care anymore. Like, why am I gonna go research this, like, to like get the aha? Like, it was.
I normally don't. It's just I saw this thing and nobody was picking it up, and I thought there's something there, and so I started looking into it. And the more I dug, the more I found, and so nobody did anything on it. So I did something on it. I tried to get it out to the people, and it got a little bit of press coverage, but not enough to get anywhere. And so I just dropped it. I just left it right there on the table. It's all here. It's all documented. Take it or leave it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not that I wanted to do it. I didn't want to do that because I know it's all bullshit, but
yeah. And I know someone, like, as soon as I know that hey, like, this is a psyop, I know someone else is going to run with it, that like they'll figure it out. But I already know, hey, that this is a psyop. I like, why am I going to waste my time with that?
Do you okay, when it comes to the last reset or resets, do you have an opinion as to what you think the last reset was?
It was like, it looks like there was some kind of heat event that just cooked everything out. Just
okay, so Meltology.
Yeah, Meltology, whatever it is, like, whatever you want to call. Again, it looks like everything was destroyed.
Okay. I don't know if you realize this, but I'm actually heavily involved in looking into Meltology. But the problem is that my research actually shows that the people that are spreading the hypothesis of Meltology are actually lying about a lot of their research. And I have been exposing that big time.
Sure, and but it's the same thing as just like, hey, where is this mud coming from? Where, like, again, we're in this kind of weird reality, right?
Right.
It could be used the same way. Like,
it could have been, a holographic. They could have changed it because it's holographic. It could have just changed. It could have just all of a sudden there was mud.
But the thing is that it all could be a giant psyop that we're just kind of in here in this enslaved system for us to not figure out any of this. That it's just that we're just planted here. That we don't even know. Like, this could be all a painting. We don't know.
Could be. But you know what? It's fun to figure out. It's something to do. We got to do something.
Yeah, because everything else, like, I can't even watch a TV show anymore.
No, I can't take it.
Can't watch a TV show. Can't watch a movie. Can't watch sports.
Can't watch movies either. I used to love movies.
Yeah, unless someone goes, hey, this has really good, like, occult symbolism in it. Like, you should really watch this one because of what they do, trying to to try to sign to everyone else what's going on.
And I still have trouble watching it.
Yeah, and I'm just like, dude, there's something better. There's something better to do.
It's very frustrating. I've kind of, it's like I just basically, I research all the time. Like, that keeps me occupied. That's really just my enjoyment. I love it. I've been doing this for 18 years, and I mean hardcore. Most people, they do it on their time off, but I spent a good 10 years where I did nothing but research. Literally, I dedicated like completely 10 years all day all night to researching and reading and learning. And that was when I was offline. I went offline from 2008 to 2017. I didn't touch the internet, and so it was very helpful.
Yeah, because it's a detox from this thing. Like,
Oh yeah,
especially like the social media stuff. Like, if you get stuck on that, like it will drain you. It will drain your energy. Like, that's all. Like, it
I
seems to be
don't
an
go on
energy.
TikTok at all. I never go on TikTok. I use X a little bit. I use Instagram a little bit. I don't use Facebook at all. I won't touch it because I know the psyop the it's just data collection. I don't need them to know about me. Like that is, you just go on there, you tell them everything they want to know.
Yeah,
I'm not going to do that.
you'll give them pictures of you and now or whatever that they could find that anyways. But like, it's just like it
You're
makes it
giving it
easy.
to
Yeah,
them.
you're giving it to them. You're allowing them to have it.
Here,
Like,
have this.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I just don't like the idea of that. And I know that, it was, the CIA and, it was DARPA and all that. And, the Facebook movie is, bullshit, and
Hollywood.
Zuckerberg's bullshit, and it's all
Yeah.
Hollywood. And I
that's
just don't have any interest in that. Now, YouTube, not that it's a good thing, but it has been, my ability. I've been able to put out what I find through YouTube, and that works for me.
yeah. And if we can wake up one person that wakes up another person that wakes up another person, that's a good thing. That obviously these things do somehow work because this has gotten together people, so that it does work. That if you do anything, that it could help. But again, like there's a lot of people that are still stuck in this kind of just like programming issue.
Well, this is why I wanted to start this particular show, is that I wanted the viewers to have the ability to come up and speak their truth, because it's one thing for me to get up here and show my research, but that doesn't give anybody else the opportunity to come up here. And there are thousands, hundreds of thousands of people just like you that have a voice, and they don't have anywhere to come and talk about it. And so I think it's wonderful that I'm sure people, I'm not able to read the comments right now, but I bet I always go back and read the comments. So when I go back and read the comments, I know people are going to be very interested in what you had to say.
Yeah, you can see that. Oh, I got some hemp eyes, but yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not
you do
high
have
right
cool
now.
eyes. You really do. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're saying they're all red and stuff. It's just
No. You have cool eyes. Yeah. That's really cool.
But yeah, like you could see I remember we first started that we're having an interesting conversation and all that. Yeah.
Well, okay. Here's the thing. I don't know if you and now that I'm talking to you, I'm not really sure what happened, but I don't know if you realize, but there were 2 people trolling me on your comments.
Yeah, it's because and again, it's
and I don't
the
know
whole
where
thing.
they came from.
I don't know. That I know them, and this is the thing is that that again, if we're saying again that I'm big into trying to be the absolute health for my avatar, so that if you understand that you are source, okay, it is a 100% thing. You have to be one with what you eat, how you sleep. Like, this is kind of late for me. Like that you should be in bed at a certain time. You should wake up at a certain time. You should eat at certain times and be done with everything at certain, like that you want to be absolutely one with your avatar, because it's not really yours. That you're making the decisions for it. So that as soon as you pick up potato chips or you eat something that's poor, you're into the system, that you're making things for that system.
I quit in 2008 when I woke up. I quit drinking. I was a heavy drinker. I was a 2-pack a day smoker. I quit drinking and smoking and doing all drugs in 2008 at the same time, cold turkey. And last year I gave up pork products, all pork. I'm actually doing a lot different with my health. I'm taking supplements, that really good supplements. I'm doing a lot better on the things that I eat. Like I did just little things, like I stopped putting sugar in my coffee. I used to drink a pot of coffee. Well, actually, one time that I was drinking a pot of coffee, and then I would go to Starbucks and get a grande coffee, and then get 4 shots of espresso in the coffee, and then I would pop caffeine pills all day, and I cut all that out. But this is all when I woke up. But I have gradually been changing, and I'm trying to go towards a more plant-based diet, and I'm taking it slow.
Yeah, it's a journey, right? It's a journey. I understand.
I can't do things like that quickly. I have to, because I was born. I'm Southern, so we eat bad, okay? And I was raised that way. But see, now I don't eat. I don't eat fast food, and then I rarely eat beef. So I eat some turkey, some chicken, some fish, but I don't eat a lot of it. I mainly eat a lot of fruits and vegetables. I mean, I've just found fruits and vegetables.
And one guy that I like, but you'd go, hey, like this guy's kind of a billionaire, and Brian Johnson, he has the blueprint diet. He has this blueprint protocol. Yeah, if you look him up, he is into trying to be the absolute healthiest person he could possibly be, and he's going to spend $1 gazillion doing this. But the one thing he says is that if you can get down, like control your sleep, make sure that you have the best sleep, because the best sleep is the ability to heal yourself. Then your activity level and that if you can do those two things, that the food will come kind of naturally to you, because you won't want, like, you'll go, I don't want to feel bad when I'm doing activity. Like you'll just go, no, I'm not eating that.
Have you watched the Christspiracy documentary? You should write that one down.
I'll have to look in.
It's not a Christian. It's not about Christianity.
Yeah.
It's a Seaspiracy. You ever heard of that?
No.
Cowspiracy. There's a guy that does these documentaries, and he does it Seaspiracy, like talking about the fishing industry.
Yeah.
But he did one called Christspiracy, and you can watch it for free. You go to Christspiracy.com, I believe it is. Just type in Christspiracy, and I don't want to give it away, but I think you'll like that.
Yeah, and the thing is that, like, I'm not a whole into like the vegan or vegetarian thing, and honestly, I'm not like the huge fan of animals. Like I hit a deer a couple months ago, and it just like completely wrecked my car. I'm like, get these things shouldn't be running around like that. But like I like, fine, if you want to eat them, like it. I
don't like the taste of venison.
Yeah, because they're all gamey. Like again, something that is domesticated and we feed, it tastes way better than something that's out in the wild that's going to eat just weird stuff, like whatever. They're constantly in survival mode, so they're not going to. That energy plays a factor in what you eat. Like if a plant is in constant survival mode, it's not going to taste very well. It's the same exact thing.
And a plant will actually provide. It'll actually produce the elements that you need.
Yeah.
If you talk to your plants.
Yeah, but again, like the same thing, an animal can do the exact same thing. Like you still need some kind of. We haven't figured out, and again, this could be hidden from us, that there's a weird protein that we can only get from an animal source currently, or eggs or something like that we kind of need. Like if you're strictly just vegan, it's kind of sickly looking, like you're not kind of healthy or whatever. But as soon as you add that kind of protein in there, that you start to turn that weirdness around.
Which is another reason I haven't gone that way. Yeah. I haven't gone full because I think the research isn't 100. Yeah. And I can't go that far if I'm not 100.
Yeah, it's hard. But then again, if you start with the sleep and the activity level, that will in turn help with the feeding, how you feed yourself.
The sleep thing's interesting to me because my mind actually fires a lot better late than it does any other time.
Yeah, and that may be like, again, we have to have these weird jobs and stuff or whatever, but like, hey, you're not a day person. Like that's fine. That you could be
But
up during the night.
I'm up at by 9 a.m. I'm up and rolling, okay,
Yeah.
doing things. But I don't sleep a lot. And so I will stay up till 2, 3 in the morning. I get up by 9, stay up till 2, 3 in the morning every day, and I don't sleep that much. And I sleep well when I do sleep. But
And that's the thing. You might think you sleep well, but like
I might not. I mean,
you might
yeah,
not. That's the
why
thing
not?
that your heart rate be way too high, or your body temperature is way too high, depending on when you stop eating during the day, or when your last caffeine was. Like all these are affecting how you sleep.
I have coffee in the morning, but not through the day at all.
Yeah.
And I put my bed to the north this year, which I could not do until this year. But as soon as I could do it, I did it.
Did it, and then that hey, take a look at like grounding sheets or something like that. Like all this
Ground every morning. When my dog, you can't see him, he's sitting in my lap. Every morning when I walk my dog, I walk barefooted, no matter how hot or cold it is, and I walk barefooted to ground myself every morning.
Yeah, because if you, I think like I saw like one of your posts or whatever. It looks like you look like you're in the same area that I'm in, like in North Carolina. Like I think you're probably like 100 miles away from me. So we had like a really crappy winter this year. So it's been really hard to be outside.
Yeah. I work outside, so I kind of get used to it. But I live close enough to Fort Bragg. I can hear them when they're practicing dropping bombs.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little bit more east or west than that.
Okay. I grew up in Raleigh though.
I'm from Vegas, so like there is no such thing as like a cloudy day that is constantly like 100 degrees all the time from like March to like November.
It's
hot all the time. But like then coming here and you're like, oh man, it's like it will be 90 and a gazillion percent humidity, but in the winter it's like 12 degrees and you're like, oh my gosh, you can't go outside during that.
Yeah, I can't stand humidity. It's just the worst. But I can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Again, it's something like, hey, you got to kind of fight through that. Like that's where I live right now.
You said you knew those people that were in the comments the other night. I was really mean to one of your friends. She really hit a really bad nerve with me. A few years back, I got a tooth infection, and it came on really quick, and it came on so quick that I couldn't work and I couldn't take care of it.
Sure.
And I got so sick it almost killed me. It happened very fast. And in this time period, I was doing YouTube, and I made videos with some of the biggest researchers in our community: John Levy, Martin Leake, Campbell Autodidactic, among others. And you can clearly see I was sick in this video, but it almost killed me. I mean, literally 2 weeks after I talked to John Levy, I almost died. And then one of my viewers reached out and helped me, and that literally saved my life.
Probably saved your life. But then again, it was probably, and again, this I don't want to blame anyone for this, because all this has been put upon us, that no one has taught us how to health. I
think we can regrow our teeth if we knew
exactly
how.
Yeah, for sure. The energy is still there. I think you had a video on I think your most popular video is you cutting or a video of you like showing a leaf getting cut in half, and you can still see the energy there.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Let me be clear about that video. That video is not accurate. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
But the point of that video is exactly what I wanted to say.
It's possible.
It's possible.
It's possible. And like, I'm not for sure that we can regrow our teeth, but it could be possible.
I've had so many people say this video is bullshit. This video isn't true. I'm like, okay, fine. It's all good because it says exactly what I want to say. I know what it's saying, and I know why a lot of people don't like it, but it says exactly what needs to be said, and that's why I leave it there.
Yeah,
and I think it's my most popular short. My most popular video is actually my video on giants.
Yeah, I think I ran through those. Like, I think that's where that's where I saw it. But like the same thing, like I like blew out my elbow, like I had a partial tear in the UCL, like
Okay.
the whole Tommy John surgery thing. I never had the surgery, but like I was able to heal it, and I still bomb like 130-mile-an-hour serves when I play tennis. Like
Okay, I pulled my knee out in high school, and I got my knee scoped out, and my knee gives me hell. I actually have to wear a knee brace every day. That's the only way I can get through the day. What do you got on that? I'll listen.
Yeah, it's the same. Like it's the same thing that I would recommend. Like, there's these certain things. Like, I've been on, like, hang on, let me see. Like I have a YouTube channel of just me playing tennis, but like that when I'm on this diet, like I am a superhero. Like I didn't play college tennis. I only picked it up later, but I've been a hitting partner for someone that's like 600 in the world, advanced juniors that here that are in North Carolina. Like I've been a part of that. And
Wow.
and I didn't pick up the racket until like I barely started my senior year of high school, and then I played college baseball and played like I was on like 10-day contracts in like spring training, which is basically you just running for for all the other people. But I didn't pick up tennis until
a friend of mine, his son actually lives over in Spain, and his job is working for a video production company that actually films the professional tennis. That's his job.
Yeah, and that's what something like I'm able to do is do kind of filming with tennis. Let me see if I can. I'll put it in the chat here in just a second. Okay. But like you'll see me play against
any of the links you want to put up. Go ahead and put them up.
Yeah, that I've played against XD1 players, like that I'll lose to them, but
you got the ring.
Yeah, I can. It's not like I was like getting absolutely scorched. And like one of the hardest sports to do is tennis, because you still have to be fit. You have to be able to hit a ball, which is insane. Like hitting a ball is insane.
Play racquetball, and man, that kicked my tail.
Yeah, but in racquetball, you don't have to have as much control in racquetball as you do in tennis.
No, I don't think there's any control.
No, you just swing.
Back to the face. That was horrible, but it was fun.
But yeah, like that's the thing, and that that I can film all that stuff or whatever, like that this kind of like that we talk about, like, hey, there was this reset that this is kind of like a side project. Like I still like playing, I like being athletic, but it's not like I don't like the huge like the modern day professional sports is just a nonsense like propaganda piece. Like it's all fake. It's all fake, dude. If you can see videos
football of bad. Like
football's pretend. It's pretend. NBA, there's videos you can clearly see that they have magnets in the rim. Like that. Yeah. There's even a movie back in the 90s where a kid went to some summer school or whatever, and they got switched, but they put a magnet on the ball to make sure that it went in or went out or something or whatever. Like they literally tell you in movies what's going on.
I used to work, do a lot of work for Shaquille O'Neal, and yeah, there's it's not all what it seems.
No, it's all pretend. It's all pretend, and that you figure it out when you're there. You're like, oh, this is kind of pretendy. Like
it's a crazy world, man. I tell you, it's something else. Now, I'm interested. Okay, my theory is, or my idea, the way I look at it is that there was a reset around 1776, 1800s that was what we call a mud flood. Whether it was a actual physical event, which I actually have a video on my theory about that, which that's a whole nother subject, or it could have been the matrix, basically, lack of better words, was changed, and that's what created these, buildings that were covered. And then I believe that there was a heat event, another reset much further in the past, where buildings were melted. So I believe that it's possible because, see, here's the thing. From studying a brick, when they fire bricks, every time they fire bricks, you lose 10 to 15% of your bricks because they melt. When you overheat a brick, it can vitrify.
Yeah.
So a brick can melt. If a building is made out of bricks can melt. I've also seen evidence and videos of they have the ability to actually melt stone. Okay. Um, but I believe that here's my problem with the meltologist. The meltologist will say things like this. They'll say a brick is turning into a stone, and I believe that is not true. And I have a $20,000 reward for anybody that can prove that. They also say that all mountains are melted brick buildings. Every mountain in the world, including Everest, the entire Rockies, every mountain, the Blue Ridge Mountains, every bit of it is a building. And I believe that's bullshit, and I have a $20,000 reward for that too. They'll say that icebergs, not there's buildings under the ice, but icebergs are melted buildings. They'll say all sand is melted brick dust. They'll say that cobblestone roads are melted bricks. They'll say that bricks can balloon rock and turn from a brick into a big rock. It's just there's these. I don't believe you need any of that crap in order to have a melted building. It's clear that a building can melt. If a brick can melt, we know this. Every time they fire bricks, not put them in an oven, not in a kiln, in a firing situation, in a clamp, okay, the bricks would melt. Okay, so we know that a brick can vitrify. If it gets too hot, it can vitrify. The same with a stone. You can melt stone with a Fresnel lens. Okay,
The thing off the TV, like that rear projection TV, yeah, that thing will cook everything. Yeah,
yes, you can melt stone with that. So if we know those two things can melt, we in no way, shape, or form do we need a brick to turn into a stone. We don't need it to have melted buildings. Now, here's the problem is that another thing is that saying every single mountain is a melted building is insane to me. Because if you look into, I've done a video on this somewhere where I talked to Chat GTP, asking how many bricks it would take to build every mountain in the entire world out of bricks. And the answer is pretty telling.
Yeah, it's an absurd thing, but also it's an absurd thing that we're here. Like that it's not real. It's not real. Like this place isn't real. So like whatever absurd thing we can think of can happen. So like,
but we got to prove it in order to make these claims. In order to claim something, we have to be able to prove it.
And it took a long time. It took a long time to actually get, and it's still like people don't want to talk about it because it's the whole virus thing that we can prove that thing doesn't exist. So we can prove that the virus doesn't exist. It's not what makes you sick. The virus isn't what makes you sick. We know that something makes you sick, but it's not that so-called virus that they're going to inject you to protect you against something that doesn't exist. So like that's
the body needs to rebalance.
Yeah. You're diseased or whatever. Like you're diseased.
Yes.
Yeah. But that like I've blown circuit boards before and you go, hey, that was a chip. It no longer looks like a chip. The whole thing was gone. And it's just it's foobarred. Like it's beyond the recognition of what it once was. So we don't.
I think it's very true that the electrical grid system of our world was fried.
Yeah.
But it wasn't every single place. And it does have something to do. My problem isn't that theory isn't possible. My problem is the way that they go about the theory, where they make these extraordinary claims and they have zero evidence for it. I need some proof. I don't want to hear a bunch of BS. I mean, every grain of sand in the world is melted brick dust.
It's hard to think that okay, so we've been like the one thing that you can now clearly say is that hey, if we don't live on this so-called rock, the moon is not a rock. Exactly that, and that eliminates all that kind of weird stuff that about the moon being some kind of weird rock.
And
So
the
now we
sun's
don't
not a
go.
big ball of gas either.
Yeah, exactly. Like we're in a enclosed electromagnetic system. Like
Right.
you can't leave this place. I like it's crazy
No.
that people go you can't leave.
No. Well, I believe, okay, my personal belief is that you can change your frequency to go to a higher dimension and leave this place, so to speak.
Or
But you
that you're
can't
not.
actually go through the firmament and
Yeah,
like,
your physical like avatar can't leave this place, but
no, you
you're
would have
not.
to turn into your light body in order to pass through.
Or that your light body is not even here. That again, you're controlling. Like I'm pulling the levers of this dude that you're looking at.
I believe a portion of your light body is here. I believe it's here and there. It's a projection of the light body, a portion,
The
a
signal. The signal. The
Yes.
signal. Yeah,
The
yeah,
signal,
yeah. The
yes.
signal's here.
It's all the wording. I mean, I don't know if these are the right words, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. It's just that I don't know what else to say on that. That I'm not, and again, it's the whole thing of like identifying thing. I have a thing of that I'm not technically a male. I don't know what I am, but my meat suit is a male. So like you can't. I don't identify as a male.
I believe we're both male and female energy.
Sure,
we're both.
Or,
Not our suit, but our energy.
Sure, and that could be positive, negative, or north or south pole, or whatever. Like you want to say what that is. Again, that is the opposite of the one. So like when you breathe in, you breathe out. Like that could be the energy that you have, but then at one point you are that one.
Okay.
So the same thing with the tennis swing. As soon as you make that decision to swing and breathe out, that's the consciousness of the one.
That reminds me of the Japanese carpenters that can take a hammer and they'll pull it back and then they'll go bam,
and it'll be right in
all the way in.
The crazy thing is like watching those guys roofers absolutely just nail through one striking roof nails.
Yeah,
just boom, 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 and like, oh man, I have to go in and just kind of click one, make sure it's in, and then hit it in. Like they can just smash those things in, and that's crazy. But they have that connection with one. They've done it. They've done the practice. They've done the work, and that's what it takes. And that's what society doesn't understand is that it takes that understanding to be with the one. And it's a struggle. It's a struggle to be good at something.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't, like you could say, oh, this person has natural talent. No, they may have picked it up faster because they may not have an understanding of what they're doing, but they know that one point that's when they're going to do it, or they practiced it, or whatever it is.
Very interesting stuff. I did a video on have you ever done spinning exercises?
Like
where you align the chakras?
No, I think I went to one like chakra person or whatever. I didn't quite get a good feeling out of it or anything like that. I was like, I don't know, maybe I
did a video. I don't remember what it's called, but I did a video where I showed it's kind of me in the raw, but I did a video explaining how I do my chakra exercise, and basically it's realigning your chakras. And I tell you what, man, that thing, if you get it going, it really can be helpful. I also had a Kundalini experience. I didn't know what it was when it happened. And that was pretty wild, and didn't learn for a long time, probably 10 years before I learned what it actually was. It scared the shit out of me. I don't know if you ever had that experience, but that's a wild one.
It seems that like the weird experiences I have is the experience of somebody being way better at something than I am. So like when I played a professional tennis player, that is an extreme, because like I'm pretty decent at it. Like in North Carolina, of 40-year-old adult tennis players, I'm number 9 in North Carolina. So that's like cool. I'm pretty good at tennis. But I played a professional tennis player, and it's just that it's another level, and he's only like 600-700 in the world. so that there's another couple steps beyond that, so that you get this weird humbling experience of like, oh, this isn't it, or like I can play guitar, but I've have people that are way better. Like
I used to play drums. I hurt my back in 2005. I blew my back out picking up a sound console, 750-pound sound console. Big dumb idea, but I blew my back out, and it caused me to not be able to play the drums anymore. It just was too painful. But I know the feeling. I actually have played. I knew a lot of professional musicians, people you might have heard of. I used to jam with people from the band Corrosion of Conformity, which was the opening band for Metallica for years, and other bands like the Connells, and other bands, the Velt, Peasants of the Apocalypse, Abbey Six, quite a few bands. But they were friends of mine, and we would get together and we would jam. And these guys were real good.
So they're so good.
They're so good.
Yeah.
And I felt like so subpar, but they would encourage me, get in there and play. It doesn't matter if you're good, just learn and listen, and they will teach you. I learned so much just by following their lead. And I know what you're saying. I knew I was still sucked compared to them, but man, the feeling of being right there with them in that moment.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that I'm right there with them. It's just they have another level that of another part of a game, or something like that. They can pick out your weaknesses, or that guitar player, that drummer knows the fill, or that time signature, whatever it is. They know it to the T, like that it's ingrained in their whatever.
They know
neurons.
where the guitarist is going to go next.
Yeah,
somehow.
And the things I play, like I'm good at stuff that I've made. Like I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm really good at that stuff. Like, but like again, that if I go and jam with people and they're like, hey, do this, I'm like, ooh, I don't know if I can do that.
So do you work? What do you mind saying what
I was a tennis, like I'm tennis coach, tennis hitting partner, tennis.
That's your job.
Yeah, that was my job. Yep.
Okay.
So currently, and again, that like I was going to start a company like where I'm at right now, like the place that I live, it's not like it's a small town, but it's not like we have a it's not like that big of a city.
If you don't mind, whereabouts roughly?
It's like Alamance County, like like right between
what town? What are you near? Give me something
between Raleigh and Greensboro.
Burlington.
Yeah,
area?
kind of that area.
Closer to Burlington or closer to Greensboro?
It's right in Burlington, pretty much.
Okay.
So like
I've been to Burlington many times.
Yeah, so like that while I'm here, that people like that like a story that I have now, like my wife works at a place and they'll call me for like tech support, or like people don't know how to save a PDF. They don't know how to just print and save to a PDF. This lady was she printed out the piece of paper and then took it to the scanner for the scanner to scan it and then make it a PDF. So like I'm able to save that, and this is all throughout the city, all throughout this whole area, that they're so bad at this kind of stuff. And I was like, well, I should just
the highest IQ area.
And it's not that it's not highest IQ, is that
there's just not a lot of opportunity in Burlington.
Yeah. But it allows the opportunity for someone to come in and kind of consult with people of how to be better at this. You shouldn't be wasting 10 hours trying to do price sheets when it could be done in 5 minutes. Like I have like a video of it's that video, the movie Amadeus, like the what's that old composer that's probably just
Amadeus, the composer
Mozart. Yeah, the Mozart movie. So the dude steals his work and he comes in and plays it for the king and makes adjustments on it. So my thing is that little area, and it's just the caption says that I'm able to fix a boomer's project in 3 minutes that took them 2 weeks to do. Like so
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 you're
that's
good
kind
with computers.
yeah, I'm good with computers. I'm good with like video editing. I'm good with like making music, like any kind of like I'll just dive into something and be able to kind of figure it out. And it makes it a lot easier with like ChatGPT because it's just a better Googler. So like it will help you like I can mix music better because I have like some kind of talking of how to whatever piece of software I'm in that I can talk my way into figuring out how to make it better or how like even my camera setup right now that it's a pretty decent like camera and it's just a cell phone like my mic and all this kind of stuff.
I got a challenge for you. I bet you could do it. Um, there's a Russian song, piano song called Little Minka.
Little Minka.
And when I was a little boy, when I was in fourth grade and I was taking band class, um, and they taught us on the bells how to play this song called Little Minka. And you'll see a lot of videos on YouTube playing the song on the piano. I want to hear it on bells, on a xylophone.
On a xylophone?
On a
like
high pitched ding ding ding. I want to hear it on the xylophone. And I
just
have not been able to.
Do you want it on like done with mallets or just like kind of done like because like I have like whatever kind of like
like
a plugin you want.
I want to hear it the way I heard it when I had a xylophone in front of me and I had the metal tipped mallets and I would ding it. And I played that song over and over for band class and I learned it and I could play it to this day, but I want to hear it the way I heard it back then. I just have always really liked that. But I can't figure like when I go on the sites that have the online xylophones, it's never right. Or I don't get it right.
And that's something that like when you like when in our modern day music production, the half the battle is kind of producing it. Like there's a singer songwriter or whatever that you record all this music, you track it, and then the next step is to mix it, and then that's like people don't understand like that the way you think you like the music is because the way it's mixed. Like you could still have a good song, but the way it's mixed is a huge deal that it could really make or break the track.
I absolutely love it when you have these old where they take the recordings from the old school analog recordings where they have it on tape and they're running it through the sound console and they shut off everything but one track and they're playing like the guitar or the drums or the vocal or the backing, but the background things where you can hear each individual thing at one time. It's incredible to hear music like that.
Yeah,
like to hear the Beatles sing like that, or Zeppelin, or it's like, oh my God, that's going on in that song.
And what was like with the Beatles thing again, and that could have been a whole like psyop to be like the music is a psyop, and it's hard to get away from it because it's so cool to listen to music. It's just part of our thing, but they've really triggered into how it affects us and how they convinced the gang thing. They've like all these kind of subgenres of music. They like have like this culture around it just to manipulate the population into doing weird stuff. Like they'll actually make that there was a whole thing in the 90s and the 80s that now there's a rise in gangs. Like that never was a thing before.
Billy Corgan was talking about that recently, that it was rock music was actually basically a conspiracy to get rock music out of there and bring in rap music
because rock music was kind of dangerous and stuff like that. Like some of the songs that I've written is about like, hey, the things that you think it's not technically there. It's a puppet show. What you're seeing is a puppet show. Or like I have a song called Live Streaming the Collapse. Like I like that it's based off that Steve Lookner in Agenda Free TV that he's live streaming our collapse. And I was like, oh, that's just a perfect song.
You said you mainly use TikTok as your social media. Is that what you said?
Yeah, and it's not like a ton of stuff. Like it's mainly me just kind of like.
Is that your thing? Like everybody seems to have a different social media thing they like, which is interesting. But you're saying TikTok is where you present your stuff.
Yeah,
Is that what
there is a stuff on TikTok that I'll use, but I'll like that my real name is out here. Like I don't care. Like but I don't
Well,
have
do you
anything on
want
my
to
real name.
put your TikTok on there so people can go check you out?
Let's see.
I don't know what you can show it better than I can.
Yeah, so like there's this one here.
Hold on a second. Well, let me do something. Hold on. Give me a second before you put it in. Find the link. I gotta find your. Well, I'm looking for your. This isn't going. Do me a favor. Put a comment in the chat. Anything. Just say hey or something.
Okay, like in our chat or in the.
No, in the on the video on the live stream, not on StreamYard.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
Like here's this.
Okay, now go ahead and put in your link for your TikTok.
Here's that video. Okay, that now you're standing monitor. Okay. Close that. So like
now you okay, there it is. Okay.
That'll be some of the things I do. Like that's the one with the Amadeus and be saying, hey, I can finish your project in like 3 minutes.
And you don't do much on YouTube.
No. Okay. More like the things I do on YouTube would be more like playing tennis or something. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I put Rerec Sports is in there. Like I put that like this one. But again, like it's trying to find the time to do this. Like I have kids. So like it just
cool.
Let me bring that up. I won't let me do it. Let's see. Let me just type it in. YouTube.
Well, I think this is something you have proved a point that I've been trying to make for a while now, is that if people will just come together and have a conversation, it's a whole different ball game than sitting there in the chats.
Yeah, just like hating on people or whatever. But like, yeah, and again, like I still think like people shouldn't even identify as anything. Like you're not a religion, you're not a race, you're not a gender, you're not a sexuality. Like you may have preferences, and those preferences can change. Your belief system can change. You really shouldn't believe anything. You should have a knowing system, and that you should constantly have the trying to figure out the knowing system. Like you should try to set beliefs aside. Like you could have a theory and try to prove that theory. But if you don't know, you just go, I don't know. And a lot of this stuff is like, I don't know. But what I do know,
I don't know if there was a mud flood. I don't know. If I could prove it, I would have already done it.
What I do know is that we have been seriously lied to, and that whatever even the government has said flat out to us that our disinformation campaign won't be complete until the whole American public, everything they believe is false. So like whatever the American public believes is false. Like they no clue what's going on.
None. Even I tell you, the people that are awake are actually worse than the sheep at this point, because most people that are awake aren't as awake as they think they are, and they go at each other, attacking each other, thinking they've got the spiritual high ground, and they don't. And you just sit there and watch people just collide over and over and over again. I've been doing this 18 years and I don't know a damn thing. There's so much, I'm learning new things every day. Every day I learn more that I don't know shit. It pisses me off and I can't do anything about it but learn more shit.
Yeah. And that's what you kind of want to do, is just constantly be learning something. And again, or the whole religion thing, it just seems like that it's just the stories of the sun traveling through the sky, like that whatever the so-called old world was just replicating or making up stories, just acknowledging what was going on up there.
I have a whiteboard over here to my right that has a list of around 150 different sun god names.
Yeah, and it's all the same thing. Like we are just as it seems like we're just entering the age of Aquarius. So now that we should be making up a new story. Like the whole Jesus story is just a story of the sun traveling through our sky. So no one's Christian. That no one's Jewish, no one was Hindu, no one is any of this. They're just acknowledging what was going on in the sky.
Right. Absolutely. Religion is, oh my gosh, if people really understood what they did with religion, it will piss them off so bad. They have been so lied to on that front. It's scary.
And that's one of the things is like they even tell you that what they've done to you, that there was an article by Marcus Eli Ravage, like probably in the 1920s or something, where he said straight up like that you might be like that you might say, hey, the Jews have done this, they've done the Bolshevik Revolution, they're the highest level of capitalism, they're the lowest level of communism, but the real argument for a case against them is that they tore down your idols, your statues, your gods, whatever it was, and they replaced them with their religion. Like that Christianity in the form of religion that we have today is just Judaism light. Like you're celebrating someone that was Jewish, and that's they don't see that.
Read Caesar's Messiah?
Mm-mm.
You'd like that.
This is kind of like this very similar thing.
It is basically it shows how the Flavians invented the story. You can watch the documentary version on YouTube, but it's a great read too. It's called Caesar's Messiah. Very interesting stuff. All this religion is just, it's a control mechanism, and it
makes you don't want to question authority. Like
no,
it's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Like that someone will like the Eastern philosophy better, but they also they think too much of their elders and won't question their elders. And you're like, yo, dude, you've been like.
Buddhism's just as much crap as Islam.
Yeah,
Christianity is Judaism.
But again, all that stuff is because Buddha was born from the hip of Virgo, of a virgin or whatever. It's the same thing. It's the same thing in September. The sun goes through Virgo, and it's the same thing and no one touches Virgo. That's why it's a virgin. That's why it's the book. The book in the movie Lolita,
the equinoxes, the zodiac, the 13th sign of the zodiac, the 13 months. I mean,
but that's the moon cycle. The sun only goes through the 12. So that's why, like, we do because the majority of people live through the sun. Like you get the kind of the energy through the sun. Yeah, we have a moon that does 13. But the sun is what the sun. Okay, the sun is it's the reflection's the only thing that walks on water. It heals the sick. It's born from a virgin. What other weird things? Like all the miracles. It will turn water into wine. Like
who's the first sun god? Do you know?
I have no idea. Like because it could be any of them. It could be any of them.
Well, I've traced it back. And this is my answer. An or Anu from Samaria. That was the original, the OG.
Well, and that's the thing is that we don't. Again, we had this giant reset, so
that's what we know right now.
Yeah, what we know right now. But like again, that even like the way things lined up, the way like what's still left in Egypt of the pyramids and the Sphinx and stuff. The lion looks at Leo. So Leo the lion will look at Leo as soon as that age happens. So this place has been way longer here than we actually think it is because all these ages.
Two different things: the pyramids and the Sphinx. Two different. things.
But it's an acknowledgement of what is going on in the sky, so that they think that those two things are the whatever
Better
the old.
question: what is the sky? Where is all that coming from?
It's kind of just like this electromagnetic track, and it's weird because we don't know, because we're not shooting stuff into outer space like these weird giant satellites we have, or not satellites.
None of it.
I guess you call it a satellite.
Did you see the three-legged astronaut today?
No, I have to see that.
You know how they have the NASA feed?
Yeah,
they were watching the NASA feed, and they had a astronaut that he's turning around, and he has 3 legs.
Because now the
AI screwed up.
Yeah, that something happened or whatever, and it like as soon as you watch one and you go, oh, NASA doing its NASA thing,
Green.
Like, yeah. But yeah, that's the whole thing.
It's that was hard for me when I first woke up to the flat Earth thing. Is that I really liked astronomy. I was all into. I knew the moon landing was fake, but telling me that the stars aren't real and there is no outer space and the planets are that one took me about 2 months of contemplation and meditation to get through, in order to reprogram myself through that. That was tough because I really thought that was really neat. That was an interesting, I liked astronomy.
It was a really good story that they fed us in the 12-year government indoctrination camps.
But all you got to do is go out and look through binoculars and look at the stars that blink red, blue, and green, and then take it out of, look at that going blink, 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 and then take it out of focus, and then you're going to be like, okay, that's not a star.
It's not. Yeah,
stars don't blink.
Yeah, it's just part of the electromagnetic track, and that they have energy or whatever or something that obviously that something is with them, and why people do certain things on certain days and whatnot. There's some kind of energy with them. I can't explain it, but like again, we have full moons that people go like the program people go crazy on full moons. Like
it's kind of like the Mayans, how their calendar wasn't like, okay, the world is going to end in 2012.
It was
we created the dates for the Mayan calendar. We projected our time frame onto their calendar, so that's not right. But then their cyclical calendar just carried over, and then their idea of a calendar was that certain things are good to do on very auspicious time to do this. You want to get married? Wait till 3 months from now. You want to, start a business? Well, yeah, maybe another year. And they had these time frames, and it seemed like astrologically they lined it up. I mean, these people knew about the Pleiades star system without telescopes. They knew how many stars were there, and you couldn't even see them.
Yeah, and that's the weird thing is that like we have a blue sky right now because the oceans are everywhere. We don't know if those oceans actually existed before this event. The sky could have been gray, and you could have seen these lights during the day, and that's why that you have these like we just don't know.
Maybe not. Have you seen the blue ice that's supposedly the firmament falling down?
No, because it could be just
like ice. I think
it could be just ice from the satellites that goes up there or whatever and fall.
But it seems like it's like a glass, kind of like a people they're breaking it up with hammers, and it's like a glass kind of stuff.
Yeah, because I don't think it's an actual, like it's the electromagnetic track. So like the way things, I don't think there's like waters above or anything below or anything like that. Like
I have trouble with the waters above. I don't really, I can't really put my mind around the waters above part.
Because we're in a giant magnet system, like it's electromagnet. And it's provable because you can go outside with a compass and go no matter where I'm at.
It's a torus of energy. And that torus that energy field is so strong that it creates a barrier.
Yeah,
I don't know how to explain
you can't
that.
leave it.
You can't leave it. And you could shoot a rocket up to it, and it would hit, and it would spin. I think that's possible, but I don't think that there's water above that. That's just my opinion.
That's opinion. Again, I don't know, but I seem.
And if there is water above it, how much water? Like how is it 6 inches thick? Is it 6 miles thick? doesn't
could be
make
nothing. It could be nothing because it's all created in our mind.
it,
Like
it
we're just
could
living
be
in our
another
mind.
frequency. It could be the next dimension.
It could be, but like again, that it's the same thing as you go to sleep or whatever. You're just going deeper and deeper into another dimension. That you're just you can control that sleep, that dream or whatever. So that if you're able to like lucid dream, like you're controlling that thing, whatever's going on. You could
Wait,
be whatever. You
I
could
was
do
thinking of
whatever.
Waking Life. You ever seen that movie?
Mm-mm.
Waking Life?
Waking life.
You've never seen Waking Life?
No,
Oh, you gotta watch Waking Life.
Waking life.
Oh, you'll like that. Richard Linklater. He also did Scanner Darkly, but Waking Life, you'll really like that. It's about lucid dreaming.
Yeah, and it's like you can do whatever. Like as soon as you know, like as soon as it clicks in that you're going, hey, I'm dreaming. So like I kick it, and that's what you're supposed to do here. But it's a much harder thing to do here because you have rules. Like you can't just go around. I can go fly around in a dream. I can't go fly around here. I have some rules I have to deal with.
I used to have a lot of, not a lot, but I used to have these dreams that were, I would have the repetitive dreams where it would be very complicated things I had to figure out. And as I got older, I would figure out how to get through the dreams. And they'd be very complicated. There was one that I'd have that was like kind of like a fun house. And like you got into this room and the only way out of the room was to go out the one way that your mind tells you you can't go that way. It's physically impossible to go that way. And that was the way out of the room. But that, dreaming, what an amazing thing. People, they say that,
we're doing it right now.
But I don't know. We could be.
As soon as this experience is over, you could wake up and be something else. Like you're like, oh man, that was a crazy dream. Like as soon as that life cycle ends, you're like, oh, I woke up and I'm like, oh man, that was insane, dude. You should have seen these people that they were believing all kinds of nonsense or whatever.
So you were saying that you had a kind of a gradual awakening. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's just that something clicked early on, going, "Oh, this is nonsense." But
you gradually figured it out, right?
Yeah, It wasn't like that. Something that there wasn't some kind of like recently like that just popped into my head or whatever. That this has been a continual process of seeing just nonsense.
I find this very interesting because mine was within a 2-week period. I drank and drugged and smoked, and I like fast women and fast cars, and I was sitting around. And you ever have a cable vision or satellite, and you've watched everything on there, and you're like to the point you're watching the same stuff over again. You're like, I've seen this. Well, there was this. You know how you could record stuff and how you could program stuff to come on when it came on, like it just pops on.
Yeah.
Well, I programmed the TV to play a documentary. I didn't know what it was about. And I watched this documentary and it was about 2012. And I'd never heard about that before.
And then like it's the end of the world.
I'm sitting there watching this thing and I'm freaking out. And I didn't say a word, drinking my beer. And my girlfriend's watching it too. She's not saying a word. We're both just kind of like watching this thing, not understanding what's going on. And then the documentary ended and we both jumped over the couch running for the computer. I spent 2 weeks in a computer researching and awakening. Within 2 weeks, I was fully awake to the point I looked up from the computer one day and I said, I'm going to sell everything I own. I'm going to move into a tent.
Right.
And she looked at me, she says, can I come with? And I said, fine. But she didn't make it 3 months, but I lived in a tent for a year and it was wonderful. I loved it. I lived in the mountains. It was awesome.
I would like not having the amount of stuff. I like the minimal amount of stuff I have. Like I have mics and computers and guitars and stuff, but like that's kind of it. Like, but like there's just like I'd like to have even less of it. Like when I would go play, like I would hate when I had to drag an amp everywhere. So now I'm just like digital. I was like, dude, I'm not carrying around a bunch of stuff anymore. Like I want a digital board. I don't like, that people are in the big tube amp thing or whatever. I'm like, hey, you know what? Your giant amp gets mic'd and put into a digital mixer. The people in the front of house can't even tell the difference anyways.
Right.
So
I
like,
understand what you're saying there.
yeah, I'm totally on this like minimalist kick. Like I just
I was
don't
a
want
roadie
stuff.
for quite a few years. So that's part of my background.
Yeah, that you're just like, oh my gosh, like how do we simplify everything so that, because
It
like
wasn't
again,
simple when I did it, but I know what
no,
you're
dude,
saying.
yeah, that you had to bring extra mics to mic your own stuff, or hope that sound guy had that, or whatever it was that you were going around with.
I was doing it before in-ear monitors.
Yeah, and that's a game changer. Is all these in-ear monitors now?
Oh yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, because the sound guy doesn't have to gate as much. Like that
You're not fighting the other guys. You can hear what you want to hear, exactly what you want to hear. You're not getting the noise pollution, you're not hurting your ears. It's a whole different ball game now.
That I can get what I want. Like I'm like, okay, I want the singer, I want my guitar. I don't want to hear your keyboard, yo. Like,
but then again, I can also make the argument, if you will listen to an in-ear monitor and look at a musician playing and listen to what he's listening to, and then look at the crowd, there's a disconnect. You don't have that energetic response.
For sure. But like I can hear like I can hear the like when I play a song, like I can hear everything that I recorded anyways. So like when I hear just me, guitar, maybe a little bit of bass and like the drums and stuff, I can hear all that other stuff going on. So like it's not like it's not there. Like I can just tell it's there. And if someone messes up, I don't hear them messing up that bad. Like that I just hear whatever I think I'm hearing anyways.
Right. There's a lot of people in the chat here that play instruments.
Cool.
So you might meet some folks there. You never know. People are in this community like to get together and jam. I've seen a lot of that through the years. I woke up to Mudflood in 2018 or 18, and I didn't make my first video about it until 2019. Which Mudflood, they came out with that research in 2017, so I was a year behind. Some people call me an OG of the research, but I'm actually not. I'm actually second wave. The original gangsters of the research were the people that I got it from.
Yeah, and in all reality, we don't know, like especially like in other languages and stuff, like we don't know what, like people in Russia could have came out with this, or like
they did. Yeah, that is where it came from. Philip Drozdinen. He is the first recorded person to make note of Mudflood.
Yeah, and someone could have got offed. Like they could have been writing a book about it or something, and they got off. They got off, and we just yeah, that they got deleted as someone that was making a water car got deleted or something.
They used to kill people, back in the day. They don't do that anymore. It's not efficient.
Because the programming is so good now that there's no point that we could sit here and we could go crazy with all this stuff and make the best points, that it's too hard to wake someone up right now. That they kind of have to have that kind of weird thing that happens to them that wakes them up.
I don't try to wake people up. I believe that you have to wake yourself up. I spent years trying to wake people up, and I mean I went beyond anything to try to do it, and you can't do it. The people just have to do it on their own. Now if they do wake up, I'm here, but trying to sitting there, I don't care which. I've done stuff like read entire books to people. I have talked to people for hours and hours and hours and hours, and the next day they'd be completely shut down.
They just whatever
fly their brain. You can't do it.
Because like a lot of the thing, like the virus thing, it's hard for someone to let go of that because of, hey, I took a vaccine, or I gave my kids a vaccine, and you're telling me it's not real. Like you're showing me that. I'm like, no way. They don't want to go through that kind of trauma to themselves going, hey, that. And again, this wasn't your fault. This wasn't done. Like this was done to you. that it's not your fault. None of this is your fault. Like, but when people start calling it out and you don't kind of listen to it, and it starts to becoming your fault, but that it's more of that, like, hey, I want to say it's not your fault. None of this is your fault. That if something has happened, yeah, not your fault. But it's kind of, as I go and say these things like, hey, we had an event. We keep having events the government lies to you about, but you still kind of listen to them.
Willfully ignorant. The
Yeah.
ignorant are ignorant of their ignorance.
Yeah. So that it kind of not like disappoints me, but it's just like, yo, like, you're making this harder than it has to be. Like, as soon as you wake up to this, things get easier. That like that your ignorance makes my life harder.
Yeah.
We should clip that one. Your ignorance makes my life harder.
That's a meme right there.
Yeah.
Man,
because
I tell
you continually get tricked.
So aggravating with people.
Yeah, you continually get tricked, and because you get tricked, that you're affecting the way I have to live, because we can't grow hemp in our front yards. That we can't have just kind of like really, really cheap energy, because we can make fuel out of it, you can make food out of it, you can build out of it, you can make clothes out of it, that all this kind of stuff. And just because you vote for strangers, now we can't have hemp. So
it's crazy. When I was young, before I was 18, every single year, like clockwork, I'd get strep throat and the flu every year, like clockwork. And then when I turned 18, I got kicked out of the house. Okay. Because I had gotten into the drinking.
Yep.
And they were like, no, you got to go. And I'm like, okay. And I had been working and saving money, and I just moved right on out, and I was fine. But I quit going to the doctor to get vaccinations.
And you immediately don't have that seasonal.
Had flu or strep throat since then, and I have not been sick since 2008 when I woke up.
Yeah, and I think like I've been sick once. It's because we had to stand out in the cold out here one time or whatever. But that's been it for like 20 years, 30 years. Like that I haven't been sick.
You can get sick. I mean,
yeah.
I did get a cold one time for a week, but it wasn't that bad, and it was because I was building decks I started building decks with a guy, and he had a cold, a really, really bad cold, and we were cooped up in a truck going to work, and it was nothing I could do but catch it. But that,
well, like, you didn't, not necessarily that you caught it, that it may have been a signal to your body, hey, you're hanging out with this person, you may need a detox as well. That you have to detox, whatever. You've been hanging out with this dude, we're going to do the same thing. That something's wrong with him, you'd be catching that enery.
Oh, he ended up being a real shithead.
Yeah. But like, oh man, what was I going to say? Oh, I had something. Dang, it'll come back. But like, dang, I don't know. It was there and I lost it. I had a good joke or something.
Teresa, Philip is Philip Druzhdanin. He is a Russian mudflooder. And I believe that's his channel. Philip Druzhdanin is his. It's on my. It should be on my main page, YouTube main page.
There he is. Yeah, see him. And then, and like, again, this could like that. There could have been someone in Africa who's like, "Yo, check out this stuff," and then we just don't know. Or
I don't. I see what you're saying. I always try to stick with, okay, this is what I can prove. I like speculation, but what I know I can prove is that Philip Druzhdanin is the first person recorded in history to talk about Mudflood. I mean,
yeah.
And not saying he will even tell you, I don't know if I'm the first. He'll tell you that. But the logs show on the internet that he is the first one to mention Mudflood. And for now, I'm okay with that, and maybe we'll find out differently down the road, and I'm fine with that.
But it doesn't matter, because if we're all just like this one thing, like it's all of our idea. Like, it's just that this single meat suit found it first. Whatever, who cares? Like, that's the thing.
Anybody in higher regards. I don't have a favorite YouTube creator or Mudflood researcher. Or flat Earth researcher or Tartarian. What do you think about Tartaria? By the way, I haven't heard you mention. Have you got anything on that?
It's just a place on the map. It's like that I have no idea. These maps are made post whatever happened. So like
have you seen any of the records in the books? And there's a lot more records than just the maps. Have you looked any further into that?
No, because it's just that if again, I'm not like the big book fan, because again, we have this thing called the Bible that was so-called history or whatever, and it's just easily that it's the same thing as finding if something happened here and you found the Harry Potter books and you go, hey, look, that looks like something that that was in the Harry Potter books. Like, I guess that Harry Potter and Voldemort was real and stuff like that. So that's why you're just like, oh, I don't know about the books. Like we could have made that. They could have been just stories, entertainment.
Harry Potter, I just didn't. I just couldn't get in Harry Potter.
It was big when I the couple years before me. It was huge. The books came out, so like you could read them when you're in like high school and stuff, and then the movies came out. But it was a huge thing. Like they did all the books and all the movies and stuff like that. So
the first one or two movies were okay to me, but it just kind of got repetitive, I thought.
Yeah, it's the same. Again, it's Hollywood. Like
I did like the one Magical Beast. I did kind of like that one. The one after the Harry Potter, but I didn't like the one after that one. The second part.
Yeah, I didn't watch anything like after. I think I watched the one after that, but as soon as that, we can only write about a certain amount of things. So like we have like the 5 things we can write about, like man against man, man against animal, man against the supernatural, man against like itself, and like there's another one or whatever. So all these stories kind of run together. It's just the same thing. So you can kind of predict what's going on. So like I got turned off to watching these things or reading
Hero's Journey.
Yeah. So it's just like I'm like, oh dude, it's the same thing. Why am I gonna watch the same thing over and over again?
Yeah, I understand. Totally. It's a fascinating world. I don't know what the answers are to this thing. I don't have the freaking answers. I've been hardcore at this for 18 years, and I really still don't know shit. That's the bottom line of it.
The best you can say is that, hey, we got lied to, and as soon as you understand that we got lied to, then we can start talking about that we got lied to. But if it's just you and me, that I like, I'm having trying to convince someone else that like pays me or something or whatever, like you go on like, because we're in this like fiat dollar system that we shouldn't even be in the first place. Like it's just fake money, fake anything.
I don't know the quote, but there's a quote by the Jesus character that supposedly says that your friends and family, the people from your village, will believe you the least. And basically the idea behind it is that the people that know you the best are not going to believe you, because how can you know something that they don't?
Exactly. And nobody I know shares anything that I do online. Like that's the craziest thing. Like I'm like, have you seen my stuff? And they're like, yeah, we see your stuff. You're a crazy person. And I was like, but no one's going, hey, like share Sam's stuff. That it has to be a stranger that picks up on your stuff.
Nobody I know watches me. I mean, my boss the other day, he was like, I'm like, I got to get off the phone. I'm going to do a live stream. He goes, people are watching that? I'm like, no, not really. just moving on. And he means well. He's a good guy. He's I work for the owner of a very large demolition company. I handle his private estate. And he's a real smart guy, but his idea of a conspiracy is ancient aliens.
Yeah, and it's just like, hey, yo, dude, that NASA thing, no one's coming in. And if you see that happen, it's immediately like Project Bluebeam or something. Like it's done within our system. Like there's nothing's coming in.
Now, in the 90s, I did actually see, and I know it wasn't a spaceship, but I actually saw a classic flying saucer with lights above my head.
For sure.
Out in the Texas desert. It was just me and this saucer. It was above the clouds, and it was doing this light show. I never really explained what it looks like because I want to know that somebody saw what I saw, so I don't go all the way with what I know. But I think that was some sort of government craft that they had, because it was in Texas, the middle of Texas,
that they found and they kept or whatever. Like
I didn't tell anybody about it for 20 years, and I just kept it to myself. And then when I woke up, I started talking about it. People are like, "Yeah, you're a cuckoo."
I'm like, good, well, good. I'm the cuckoo. I'm the cuckoo. I'm the cuckoo. You still believe that inflation's transitory, or that it's safe and effective, or like, again, you can rattle off every government lie and you go, I'm cuckoo. You know, I'm the one that's cuckoo.
I remember telling one of my best friends when I first woke up about the Federal Reserve and how it's not federal, and they looked me dead in the eye and they says, "What does that matter?"
That some private person has control of your money. Like, they can turn it off at any time. Like,
what do you mean it doesn't matter? It really, 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 really matters.
Yeah. That an outside entity, again, that the government's all fake and nonsense anyways, but it's a control system. It's slavery. Do
you remember the Amero?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. I remember in 2008 telling a guy that I knew about the Amero, and he got so mad at me thinking I was bullshitting him that he picked me up and threw me against a wall. and I'm like, all right, never mind. It's all good. Never mind. I mean, not that I can't prove it, but I mean, you know, if you don't want to believe it, okay. But he got so mad just because I talked about the damn Amero, and that was like 100% provable.
For
even
sure.
at that time, you know.
I put this, it's a huge link, but this is my favorite kind of conspiracy to like really wake someone up to, is that people were drug across the ocean in wooden boats chained up.
Yeah, I've talked a lot about this.
Yeah. It's total nonsense. Nothing that if you've ever been on a boat for more than a couple days and you couldn't do this. There's no way.
I always send people to Dane Calloway. I don't know if you've heard of him. He is very, very, very big into that, and his research is top notch, off the hook when it comes to this.
It's disgusting that we have to go through this kind of thing that never happened, and that the race game has been portrayed upon us, that none of that happened. Yeah, we had some stuff early, and but that there wasn't some weird civil war that freed a bunch of people or whatever. That never happened.
The original black slaves were actually, I believe, prisoners of war, and they were indentured servants that worked a contract, and they worked their indentured servitude contract and then became freed men. And then they came up with the slave trade, okay, and that was all faked. And then they created this slavery thing. But the original slaves that we know, I believe, were they were prisoners of war they were the Moors that were already here in America when we came over here.
And it could be just a story to remove the scent of that we're currently slaves. Like, we're slave to the dollar, we're slave to
we're definitely slaves.
Yeah, so like we don't have
in America, we still have slaves. People hadn't realized, but the Hispanic people that are here today are our slaves now. They are the ones that took that role.
Yeah, of doing the hard work for way less money.
And they do not they don't make crap. They do a lot of things to get by, and they send what little they can back to their countries. But they are these slaves of the modern era. They tried it on the white folks, and the white folks were like, "Yeah, we're not going to do that."
They want to make sure that they don't have the violence go on. That they don't want an actual uprising. For sure don't want that.
No, 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 no. I mean, we're the most heavily armed part. I mean, I live in the country, and I can tell you right now, 3 people near me that have enough armories in their possession to arm the entire county twice, just in 3 people that I know. So
And
yeah, you don't want to mess with America.
I think that they have weapons that we don't even couldn't possibly fathom, like just like energy weapons, like
Oh yeah, do
they
weapons.
cook us.
They use
Cook,
do. I believe they use do weapons on 9/11.
yeah,
That
or
that was
just
part of what they did.
or just some kind of energy, because they seem to like trick these people super easily. Like I don't understand how people get tricked so bad that like the television is a weapon that it hypnotizes people. If you've watched
Light
somebody,
vision.
yeah, if you watch somebody watch television, it is that you can literally see them just be hypnotized into it,
I
and you're
have a
just like,
video about that. How they it shows children hypnotized by that. I don't know what it's called, but I've done 1,000 videos or more. I don't know, but I've done a video on that where it shows the children how they're hypnotized by TV.
yeah, it's that there's no interaction or no thinking, or like it's just kind of this subliminal messaging constantly going on, constantly hitting you.
Well, one thing that a lot of people, I know this from my video production background, but there is what's called interlacing. And when you look at your screen, you don't realize that there's interlaced lines in those screens. And they can literally show you a complete picture that you can't see, but
Not
your
one
your
bit.
brain can see. Okay. And it's in a different interlaced layer. And so you can be watching 2 things simultaneously, and your conscious mind is seeing the movie and your subconscious mind is getting the programming.
Yeah. And like I like to like put that as like, hey, the conscious awake person, the person away from here, like the that's controlling the meat suit, and the meat suit actually sees the subconscious one. Like that's the meat suit. Like, because if there wasn't something controlling this, you're kind of just like an animal, a beast, or whatever. Like you're just in constant like survival mode, that you're not creating or not doing stuff.
They still
And
can't explain what consciousness is.
yeah,
They just come up with I don't know. They
yeah.
don't know what is the mind. They do not have an answer for it.
But some way they can control the people who don't understand it, or that don't think that it is something, that they are the meat suit. If someone thinks they're the meat suit or identifies with the meat suit, they're the ones that are easily tricked.
Do you believe in NPCs?
That if you're not the I was watching the Yohar Norari guy, like what was going on with the World Economic Forum and stuff, that people are hackable. So that if you're hackable, that you're just a program. That you're then that by definition that is a non-player character. That if you're programmable, that you don't have the ability to make decisions on your own, you eat the potato chips, that you don't have any, that you keep with the program, that yeah, you're an NPC. Pretty sure that is an actual thing that happens.
There's a few people that are around me that live around me that I suspect as being NPCs, that they are literally unconscious, that they have no consciousness, and
Not one
it's
bit. And
scary to
it's,
think that.
you can see it when people drive. That they will, I like the other day someone blew just through a stale red. Like it wasn't even like something that was turning red or anything. It was just been a red for a while, and they just blew right through it. And you're like,
Wow,
oh, that's someone they're not here. That they're not paying attention. They don't have anything going on.
wow.
So like that's the thing. Like if you don't have the conscious ability to be aware when you're driving, that you're part of that you're the one that's going to cause an accident because you're not paying attention.
Which is probably part of their programming.
The programming, yeah, that's the whole thing, is to cause as much chaos.
Do you think that the creators threw the NPCs in, or do you think this is something else, like they're being controlled by, let's say, the elite, for lack of better words?
Yeah, some that either that, again, your theory that it just wants to see the video game, like hey, it's just watching this video game going on that it's controlling, or that we have been conquered, and we have entities running around that are not actually part of the spark or part of the whatever the creator, if there's more than one creator or whatever it is, that something has infiltrated this place. that 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 they have something that we don't quite understand yet. People are close.
I'm a pantheist. I don't know if you know what that is, but basically, in a nutshell, a pantheist believes that uh, everything is God and God is everything.
Yeah.
And the symbol of this is what's called the circumpunct, and it is a dot
with the circle around
circle,
it. Yeah.
or the dot circle, or the circle dot, and basically it's the creator is the dot and the circle is the universe. It's the all. It's basically there's the creator, and then the creator created the universe, and it's the all. It's everything is you got the creator, and everything else is the creator, but it's all encompassed in the creator. And so it's, I believe that the creator is in control of everything, but the creator is allowing us to play the game, to ride the amusement ride that is life, and play it however we want. But let's imagine as a roller coaster, right? But it always comes back to the beginning.
Yeah. And the only problem I have with that is that some, like, the NPC characters seem to have it easier and affect my life because they don't understand what's going on. So that I could have a better life.
My answer to that, I think that the elite, for lack of better words, came up with a way to modify genetics, and they were able to lock down our consciousness. And so they have been manipulating our DNA. They've got our DNA, our 12-strand DNA, cut down to 2 strands, but it's actually reactivating now. I'm an empath. I don't know if you know what that is.
You kind of feel all like emotions more strongly or whatever. That's what it seems like. In
a way, that's it. Okay, here's when someone, it's many things, but one example is that when someone leaves a comment, no matter if they're being just as sweet as pie or being hateful as hell, I can sense their energy through their text. I can feel the energy of that person. Okay. And I see with you, I sensed there was more to you than what you were throwing at me. And that's why I pushed you to come on. Okay. Because I sensed something more in you than you were giving me. And it's a knowing. It's kind of like a lie detector test. When somebody's lying to me, I know it. I know it immediately. Like, to an empath, don't ever lie to an empath, because they won't tell you they know. I won't tell you I know you're lying, but I'll know you're lying, and it's my superpower. And it's not something that it's not like, oh boy, I've got a superpower. No, it kind of sucks, because I read people, and it sometimes, you find out people that aren't who you think they are, and it kind of sucks that way. But it's part of my life, and it's something I didn't learn about this until probably 10 years ago, that what it was. I knew about it ever since high school, but it took me a long time to understand it. But I'm an empath.
Yeah.
And everybody has something.
And the problem with I have, like, with emotions and stuff, is that is something taking control of you, that it doesn't matter. That's you identifying as something. That you shouldn't have to identify with anything, because again, you're not the meat suit. You're not anything that this physical world is
this isn't a physical thing.
Yeah.
It's definitely a consciousness thing. It's not a physical thing at all.
But
It's
like
definitely not.
when like I teach kids in tennis and stuff, is that we have to let go of everything when you're out there on the tennis court, and that you think you want to win, you think you want to win the trophy, you think you want to be like make the money, that like if you want to be the number one tennis player out there, is that you have to let go of all of that, like all emotion.
He froze up on us. What's going on, hippie? What are you doing, Sig? Let's see. Ugh. You know, that's funny. Sig, my boss says ugh a lot. When he doesn't like something, like if I'm like, you got to do this. He goes, ugh. That's funny. There you are. You pop back. I tell you what, Sam, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, there you go. StreamYard does weird stuff sometimes. Hey, if you ever have a problem with StreamYard, sometimes if you drop off and then come back in, it fixes it. I don't know why.
Yeah, that might have been just a clip, like internet just cut out for a second or whatever it was. But yeah, this has been an epic long, 2.5 hours.
Or are you glad you took this opportunity?
Oh, for sure. Like I said I was going to be here, so like I was like, yeah. There's some things that like, yeah, like I that we're close on stuff, but like other stuff, like I'm just like I don't go by that.
We're never gonna agree on.
Yeah, we're never gonna agree on that.
It's not gonna happen.
No.
And I'm not trying to convince you. I don't care what you believe. I'm not here to convince you of anything. My whole channel is just, look, this is where I'm at. Okay, and I'm always changing. And the opportunity of this show is to let you have a voice, because I've learned a lot from you tonight, and I think everybody in the chat has learned a lot from you tonight, and people will rewatch this video and learn more. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. It's a good one. I stayed on forever. No one else came up.
Well, Dragon Sage came up, and I asked him to come back. Like I feel it's important to see. A lot of times when you're talking to people, they're real quick, and they were like, get through it. Tell me what you got to say, and they push you, and your mind can't stop and think and chill out and calm down. And you have to lock into the moment like you're talking about. And then once you get that flow going,
you have to breathe.
It's amazing what comes out.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to do with this show. I'm not trying to push. Okay, example, Dragon Sage last week asked if he could come on. And we did this show tonight so that he could come on and talk. But you came on first, and it's first come, first serve, and I'm giving you plenty of time to just stretch your legs. And I think that makes all the difference in a conversation.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you coming on tonight. I really fucking do. I cuss a lot.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. Yeah, I don't care. Like, it's just language. It's all vibration. Yeah.
It's all vibration. And it's the intention behind the words. And
because good fucking job. Like that means better than hey, fuck you, right? Like
fuck is a great word. It can mean so many things.
Everything. It's everything. It is the one. Like you can literally use that as the one word.
It is a great word. And so many people get, oh, he cussed. I've got a friend. A friend of mine is a retired Baptist preacher, and his wife were good friends. They've been good friends of mine for a long time. And, I'll cuss in front of them. And they have learned that, and I don't do it all the time, but I'll cuss in front of them just to show them it's okay. You're not going to break. And they start to appreciate that.
Yeah, like that it's just that it's kind of like the way you have energy, the way you show yourself. That like you want to say that appearance doesn't matter, but like the way that you appear does matter to people. That if you're kind of smiling, that you're kind of like you seem to have fun, you'll attract more people. Like the whole secret movie or whatever, it does have its kind of thing that you can attract things like
It's a great
just
movie.
yeah. But like again, it's that people don't understand what that actually means is that
The
you kind
problem
of
with The Secret is that they only show you the one universal law. I just dropped a video with 50 universal laws. Okay.
yeah.
So the point is that if you don't use um, intention, okay, along with allowance and attraction together in balance, okay, it's not going to work properly. You can draw anything you want to yourself. It is possible to draw millions of dollars to yourself. That is possible. But if you don't do it with the proper intention,
Never get it, or it won't taste as good, or like it won't like you'll have a
it'll come
bad
with
feeling.
strings
But
attached.
yeah,
There'll
that
be, some the karma behind it, or something's not going to. You might get $1 million in one hand, but on the other hand, you get a jail sentence because of the way it came to you, or something. I mean, you have to learn the universal laws on how they work. It's not that these things don't work. Universal laws, they work. They just work. The problem is we don't know how to use them because we haven't been taught. But 50 Laws of the Universe. It's a recent video of mine, and I highly suggest checking that out.
I have
It's
to check
it's
that one out.
basically a meditation on universal laws.
Yeah,
I'm very much into anything spirituality. I study religion a lot just because I want to understand how to help people out of that, to step out, because I was raised Christian. Up until I was 18, I went to church every Sunday. I went to church multiple times a week. We spent a lot of time at church. Sunday was basically church, and I was all in. I started. I helped start a major youth retreat group. I was very into Christianity. I believed it hook, line, and sinker. But as I got older, I started having questions, and then when I left home, I stopped going to church. When I stopped going to church, that indoctrination stopped rolling in. I started thinking for myself, and then I saw Stigmata. You ever seen that movie?
mm-mm.
Okay, in that movie, they showed quotes from the Gospel of Thomas, from the Nag Hammadi text, the Gnostic text, and there was a line in there: split a piece of wood, there I am, turn over a rock, there you will find me, something like that. That's paraphrasing, but the basic gist is you don't need a church in order to commune with God.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing that even in the story of Jesus, he says, no. It's the temple's inside you, yo. That they said it straight to your face.
Right there.
That
It's right there.
it's not some giant like sky daddy boogeyman, but it's
The law of
inside you.
attraction is in there. Ask,
Yeah.
believe, receive. You ask for what you want, you believe with all your heart and all your might that you will receive it, and you wait for that to be received into your field. You just know it's going to happen.
You know it's going to happen,
I'm
but
going to get healing.
yeah.
And
But you
you
also
believe-
have to do it though. Like you can believe,
yes.
but then you have to do the steps that make it work. So like yeah, you may believe in the healing, but then you also have to do, hey, you go to bed,
It's the
go
whole
to bed,
thing.
go
You
work
got
out.
a guy. There's been a flood, and he's sitting on top of his roof, and he's like, "God, help me! Send help! I believe you can help me." And so all of a sudden, the guy comes, rowing up in a boat and he'd say, "Hey, you need some help?" No, God's going to help me. And then a guy comes over to the helicopter. "Hey, do you need help?" No, God's going to send help. And, and all these things. And then the guy dies, he goes to heaven, and God's like, he's like, "Well, God, why didn't you help me?" He goes, "Well, I sent you a boat and a helicopter and you didn't take them."
You didn't take any of it. You didn't see this. You didn't see the sign, Joe.
It's almost comical, all that stuff. It really is.
Yeah.
But you really should check out Christspiracy. I don't want to give it away because it's so it's not about the Christian mythology. It's about it's more about animal sacrifice and veganism, and I think it'd be right up your alley. It's really interesting.
And it's the same, like, it's the same thing. Like, if you're going to eat an animal, as if you're going to eat a plant, because it's all just a vibration that because we know that plants are conscious, that if one gets poisoned, it will tell the other trees, "Hey, something's going on, you need to protect yourself." So that they have a consciousness to them. So like, anybody that says, "Hey, that you shouldn't eat an animal," has this, you have to have the same logic as eating a plant, because they're all conscious. But the better that you can treat something, the better it is to nutrition you.
And the way, a big question in this Christspiracy is, one of the questions that sparked the idea for the documentary is, how would Jesus have sacrificed an animal?
Yeah,
and like, that's kind of where the video starts.
Yeah. That whole like first book or whatever was like their animal, the way they treat animals or whatever, like, it's crazy. Like the kosher stuff, it's insane. Like, why would you ever do that kind of stuff?
I've done a lot of research into the temple in Jerusalem, and my research is showing that the temple was not located where they say it was,
or if even it existed anyways. Like,
I believe it did. I believe it just was in a different location, very close, but not in the location, not on the Temple Mount, about 1,000 feet below. But one of the interesting things about the sacrificing that was going on back during the in Jesus, quote unquote's time, the sacrifices that they were doing at the temple, the blood was so high, they were ankle deep in blood. That's how much sacrifices they were doing.
They're gross. And the thing is that all that could be just the story that they made for the son.
But here's the thing. Now
people are doing it now.
Finding the lack of better words, the channels where the blood ran down. They have found them underneath the city of David, which is right below the current Temple Mount. And they're actually finding archaeological evidence for these things.
But so it's the same. What's the Outdoor Boys, this YouTube channel that was the Outdoor Boys or whatever, and they would go into like Arizona and go through, and that they would find that the dude would say he found petrified corn, like the old corn husk, and say like the Native Americans had this petrified corn, like that it's all just kind of like, yeah, they do all this kind of the weird stuff like that. Like that's one video I want to do, is to just everything in this. It's the same thing as the boats. Like, it's just like, I don't know, guys.
Corn on, I believe, the chapel, Rosalind Chapel over in Scotland. You've got corn on the masonry up in the ceiling.
Yeah, we don't know what the corn was for. Like, but this was something that he camps outside because he's an outdoor dude. But that he goes and looks at like this Native American site, and he goes, "Oh, look at this petrified corn," and you're like, "Oh, this is from 250 years ago. Come on, like that would never exist, because either it would have decayed."
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. But that people will still do this in the Grand Canyon. That you can go on a tour of one of these sites or whatever, and that they'll show you the petrified corn, and you're like, "That's nonsense. That would never happen." Because
I have a theory on the Grand Canyon as well, that I've talked about. Do you know what Lake Connibus is?
No, but I probably been around that, like, because like
Okay.
we had like the Lake Mead in Vegas that you could go all way around.
Yes,
That
yes. Lake Connibus is on really old maps, and it's an inland. It was an inland sea. Inland sea. It was a very, very large lake that was shaped like a heart, and supposedly there were cities around and near in the middle of it. But I believe that the bottom of Lake Connibus was blown out in some way, shape, or form. And that water coming down created the Grand Canyon. And that actually, I was doing this research, and while I was doing the research, I found out that scientists are actually now studying this exact theory, and they call it spillover theory. So it's something to look into.
yeah, look at that.
I tell you what, my beagle needs to take a walk. So I'm gonna take a break, and I think I'm gonna see if anybody else wants to come up, because I did ask if Dragon Sage wanted to come on, and so I want to give him an opportunity. But I also want to leave meat on the bone so that you'll come back.
For sure. Yeah, well, I'll try to come up. Yeah, I'll try to come up with some kind of new stories or new theories or something.
I'm sure you will. And, I'm trying to do this about every 2 weeks, I think is about a good number. And it's not on the same day. I've done it on Tuesday, a Wednesday, now a Thursday. And my normal show is on Sunday. But that's when I'm just showing research. But this show is for you guys. This one's not for me, even though I'm enjoying it. I enjoy talking to people.
Oh, dude, I could talk forever about this kind of stuff or whatever, or find out what everyone else thinks, or like it might pull you in a different direction, or what, like just that.
I'm always learning from other people, but it's got to be the right people. It's got to be people that are awake. It can't, like, my boss is, he's a really interesting guy, but we go out to dinner and he'll just sit there on his phone.
Oh, dude, if I try to show somebody and they just peek down like at their phone or whatever, like it's over.
That zombie stare.
Yeah, and the attention span is the thing that has ruined us, like in the TikTok era, the short reel era, that people's attention span are just, you have about 2 seconds to catch someone's attention, and if you don't catch it in their attention, that you can't get to them. You need a hook. You need something to speak to somebody. That if you can't grab their attention in 2 seconds, they're gone. They're gone into something else.
Swipe.
Yep, you get swiped.
Yep. I need to get better at doing that. I have been okay. I did a while back, years ago. I did BEAGS' Mudflood theory video, and when I did it, I purposely did it to piss people off. Okay, I knew what my theory is, and I was going to present my theory, but I spent like an hour jibber jawing before I got to my theory, just to get people to drop off, because I wanted the people that were going to stick for the meat and the potatoes to be around, for that. I wanted the people that really were there just for that quick fix. I wanted them to go away, and it pissed so many people off. But that theory is a banger. When you get down to it, it's a banger.
Yeah. And so like but again, we're kind of running out of time to convince people. We need to really figure out, because we're going to be they could flip the switch here real quick, and we're all in this massive chaos that we're. And again, I don't know if they're throwing bombs out in the Middle East or whatever, because it could all be AI generated or whatnot. I have no idea, but they could flip the switch, and we could all be on some digital currency, or some, like, they could turn the power off or whatnot. Like, and if you're people that are the community that's around you doesn't understand that this has been done to them, that now you're in trouble. Like that you really have to, like, you kind of have to beg to them like, hey, this isn't the way the life it should be.
Collapse can happen so fast it will make your head spin.
Yeah.
People don't realize, they think they go to the grocery store and it's fully stocked. What they don't realize is that food, the extra food, is not in the back of the store. It's in a warehouse.
Yeah,
and that warehouse is stocked by another warehouse.
And what they don't understand is that, like, so like say we had that snowstorm a couple weeks ago, and that everyone bought extra stuff, or that everyone went to the grocery store at the same time. They have programmed it so that they know the certain amount of food that they need. So if there's something extra, that it runs out very quickly. And if it doesn't come, it doesn't come again. Like
it's like COVID. Where did the damn toilet paper go?
No clue.
It's crazy. But people just don't realize how fast they can flip that switch.
Yeah, and that they can turn the machine off. It's so easy for them to just go, hey, we're gonna turn this off. Like what do we don't do now? Like I played poker.
Disguise it as, oh, it's a major disaster and the power grid went down, or a comet came in from Haley Bob or whatever and it blew everything up. And
we have a tennis ball problem in tennis, that everyone's complaining about how bad the tennis balls are compared to pre-COVID. That even the pros are complaining about it, that they're not the same ball anymore, but the same material is still there. It's just a weaker, cheaper ball. Like they just suck now. Like they go bad fast. They've done something that something's different about it, and that's how fast it can change with one thing that didn't exist. There's no such thing as COVID-19. It doesn't exist. It only exists as a simulation or whatever. That's not something that exists.
I was absolutely dumbfounded when COVID was going on, and it was like in year 2, I think, and the bars in downtown Raleigh were closed, and they were not opening up. They weren't allowing them to open up yet. You could go down to the liquor store and buy liquor. You could go to the convenience store and buy beer, but you couldn't go to a bar and drink. And the bars were like, we're gonna fail. You've got to open us back up. And I'm like, why don't you get out your ARs and go stand on the Capitol grounds and tell them we're opening them up, and there ain't a damn thing you're gonna do about it? What are they gonna do?
In Vegas, the casinos closed. It was the wildest thing. Like you drove down the strip, and like my wife has pictures of the casino being empty because she worked in the casino, and it was there was no one there. They're closing up shop on like March 16th after they said, hey, we're closing. So like she drove down there, and like you could do all the way across the strip because no one was there. It was a ghost town, and it was the weirdest thing because this is the place that never does anything like that. So that's when you knew, like,
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
It was insane.
And that's so purposeful.
Yeah. And what happened is that after that happened, so that a lot of the outside casinos all shut down. So like we had like casinos like the Fiesta or East Side Cannery, all these outside casinos shut down, and all those jobs disappeared. Like they would employ like hundreds of people, and they were all gone because they never opened up back after that. Wow. And then they destroyed all those buildings that could have easily been like houses for people, but they just like, again, this has all been done to us. This is all like, again, it's hard to make it think that there's not something else here messing with us.
Vegas is a trip. I've been to Vegas. That is a wild looking place. It is. There's this thing going on there that's nowhere else.
It's weird because when you go out like outside of Vegas and you have the Red Rocks and stuff, that's when you go, oh, these look like kind of structures that have been kind of weirded out because they look like you can see the what you would think bricks would look like if something happened like that. So like you see there, I've been there. Like I've like even in Lake Mead, like there are our man-made lake that's out there. That
well, there's so many towns that are underneath the lakes where they built the dams.
Yeah,
if you look into that, you're going to find them all over the place. I hope that Meltology will find a way to share that hypothesis with the world that doesn't have to rely on lies like a brick can turn into a stone. We can have a brick building that melts through an electrical discharge or a grid meltdown or a plasma discharge or something like that, a extreme heat event. We can have that, but we don't. There's no reason to have a brick turn into a stone. That's just
but that's the thing
necessary.
is that when I've blown out a motherboard, that component has turned into something else. That's where that theory comes into.
But here's the thing: we're talking simple. A brick is so simple. There's not a lot in a brick, okay? And then you're gonna say that a brick that's clay and a little bit extra is gonna turn into an element like a granite stone or a limestone or a quartz stone, and like there's no proof
because
of that.
we don't know what else they put into like the forums that we put up on so the courthouse that's right next to my house is all like this concrete forum. Like you can see the difference between when they put the steps up and then what the actual building looks like. So it's hard to go. I don't know what they actually made this stuff out of. I can't tell.
I can totally get behind a stone building being melted. I can totally get behind a brick building being melted, but I just cannot get behind a brick turning into a stone in any way, shape, or form.
And it's just that how hot it was or what happened, like
well, we know what happens. We know that when you melt a brick, it turns into a melted vitrified brick. We know what happens to it
at that temperature, or if anything's hotter, that if it boils. We don't know if it boils.
If you can test it and it's still a brick, it might be a vitrified brick, but it's still a brick. And then when you superheat a stone, it's still those elements, but it's not one thing turn into another. You cannot have. And I've got $20,000. Anybody can prove it.
Yeah, I just don't have. I don't have the capacity or the money or anything to actually test that stuff. Like that's where we're at. Like a weird thing. Like
but
if I could,
how can we say if we have zero way to prove it? We have no evidence that it actually happened. How can we say it?
It's not that we have zero way to prove it. Is that we don't have like the resources to do it. I don't have the
zero way to prove it.
Well, no, that's a resource problem. It's not. I can't
go.
What
resources do we need?
A way to generate electricity to fry something. That we're an electromagnetic place, right? That things look like that they were in an electromagnetic grid that looks like a motherboard.
Okay, here's another one. You've got a matter of fact. Well, this picture behind me is a little bit like that, but when you have a wall and it's got bricks and stones, they'll tell you that these stones over here were heated, they were superheated, and the bricks over here weren't heated, and so these are popcorn bricks, and they're all in this wall that's level and true, okay, and then they have this lime mortar around it, and if you heat lime, okay, the lime class will actually, if you heat them, they will disintegrate. So if you superheat lime class, which is the mortar that's around the brick, they will disintegrate. And so you won't have anything to hold that stone, that brick that's turned into a stone in the wall, because it would disintegrate.
It depends on how hot the temperature is.
We know this though.
I don't know it. I don't know how.
I have the scientific papers. This is known. It's not like I'm not just like airy fairy talking like
yeah, and like I have the scientific papers that they prove that there's a virus.
Theory, the mathematics on it. It's been tested. This is self-healing. Okay, when you take lime, okay, and you fire it and you cook it and you turn it into quicklime, okay. There are little pods of lime that don't get cooked out, okay, and they turn into lime clast, and these lime clasts get in the mortar and they build the brick walls or the stone walls with this lime mortar. And then when the lime mortar gets cracked or damaged and water gets into it, those lime clasts regenerate, they self-heal back into lime, and they repair themselves. But if you superheat that lime clast, that lime mortar, it turns into it turns into dust. It disintegrates.
At what temperature?
Well, if it disintegrates at a temperature that we can produce, why would it do less or more at a higher temperature? It would disintegrate. It would either not disintegrate and it would still be there, or it would be nothing. Like how? Like, are you following this? Like it's
yeah, but like I said, like that we could see like maybe that there's melted bricks that turn into clay, like where we live, like all our ground is red brick clay, right? Like you dig up, like you constantly dig up, and it's just red clay. Yeah.
Right.
So
right.
like that would you say was the mud, or could be melted bricks or something like that. But like if something is at a certain temperature that it, like say you put water in something that's super high heated, it fires up so fast that then if it is cooled off instantly, that it becomes something that may come, there's a chemical reaction that may come something else. But if there's something else is there.
I'm in the construction. I mean, I build shit for a living.
I've done it too. My dad was industrial maintenance.
There's no way that you can superheat a brick wall and some of the bricks turn into these stones and others don't, and then this wall remains level and true. There's zero chance of that happening. Because as soon as this brick,
why would you
something this big, that wall is going to Jenga.
That's why would you build something like that way? If you have the ability to make bricks,
see, I know a lot of masons, and they can build anything, and that is a way they build. It's actually just a style. It's a style of construction. It's a style of masonry. It's a technique. This is known stuff. This is not like airy fairy like weird stuff. This is done all over the world.
Yeah, in fact, now it is
stuff where they use all kinds of weird shit. I've seen wood used as basically stones.
But yeah, this is the like what I'm saying, like that we don't know what the technology was behind, like previously. That if they were able to build, like make bricks, that you wouldn't even put stone in there, that you would just make it out of bricks, because you want it to be that they were so precise in the way they made stuff, that they align, like the way that the pyramids are made, the way everything is just aligned perfectly, that they wouldn't even think about putting a stone in it. It would.
Why? We do that today.
Because I
have literally watched men build like this.
Because we live in a resource base, like we're in scarcity right now. We're in complete scarcity.
They have been doing that. I mean, Romans did this as a technique, as a not that the Romans were the Romans, but it's a style. It looks cool. They did it because they could. They did it because they had the resource. They had, another thing they do is they'll have a stone wall, and they can't afford anything but bricks to fix it. Or they'll have a brick wall, and then they've got these stones, and they need to fill these holes, and they'll use stones. Sometimes they just use what they have out of convenience. There's all kinds of, and it's like, it's not one thing, it's not one reason. But I'm sorry, there's no way, shape, or form I'm ever going to agree that
that's fine. Like, again, that's fine. But again, that all these techniques are the same thing as what the government indoctrination system, like the same thing as like, hey, that we didn't think that a whole entire building would vaporize right in front of us on live television. A whole entire building vaporized in front of us in live television.
Okay, but what's the correlation there?
That we don't actually know. That it could be and it couldn't be all at the same time.
But to say that nobody would build like that, I've literally seen people build like that. So that theory goes right out the window.
Well,
I've literally sat there and watched masons build exactly these walls with bricks and stones in the same wall.
For sure.
I've seen them build walls with clinker bricks. So to say they don't do that, or why anybody would ever do that they would never do that, that's bullshit, because I've seen it done.
Because we live in a scarcity society, that we have to do that. We have to do that.
Why do we? No, we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that at all.
That we never use a clinker brick.
Scarcity society. I can go down to Home Depot and buy anything I need, or Lowe's, or the hardware store. I can, like, we can go to the stone store. I can go to there's 10 stone stores near me. I mean, like, I can get anything I need.
Then why do we have homeless
society? There's no scarcity for anything.
No, because we have homeless people. That's the thing, is that if you're saying that people carved into mountains, there shouldn't be a homeless problem, because we could all go back and carve into mountains. A society.
Wait a minute. Okay. I'm missing the correlation between.
But like, that's what I'm saying, is that we have a homeless, like, we are in just because you're not in that kind of scarcity, that there are homeless people that shouldn't be homeless. So that they're in scarcity. They live in tents.
They're in scarcity, but what's that got to do with carving or building in building a mountain building, or what? Like, I don't.
That's the there are buildings that are carved into mountains, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So you're saying that people so many years ago were able to do this, but now we have a homeless population. That supposedly we have advanced technology now, that we should be able to do this instantly easier. But now we can't.
There's nothing instant about masonry work. That's
I know, but we can carve though. You can carve out of it, right?
I'm missing the correlation here.
You're saying that there isn't a scarcity problem. That there's no
scarcity of what? What do we? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be.
That's what I can't. That people, if there's a scarcity problem, I'm not building out of like clinker bricks or stone or anything like that. I'm making sure I have perfect bricks every time.
Why?
Because it makes the building sturdier.
Why? Why? What do you? No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. A clinker brick can be just as strong as a normal brick. A clinker brick is just a brick that's been fired more than the other bricks. And what they used to do is throw them out, okay? But then people realized, hey, that would be kind of cool if I put some in a wall or used them in a wall. It would give a different texture. It would make me different from Joe Blow next door. And I'm going to make these clinker bricks, and they use the clinker bricks, and people are like, man, that's pretty cool. I might do that too, but I'm going to do mine a little bit different. I'm going to do a cool brick, a good brick, and then a clinker brick, or 3 cool bricks and then a clinker brick, or 4 clinker bricks and then a good brick. They did all kinds of crazy shit.
But then you could put a concrete form on top of it, and it doesn't even matter. Like you could pour concrete and on top of your bricks, and it doesn't matter. So why use a clinker brick to make a design? If you wanted to make a design that you could use a different material.
I'm sorry, but a concrete and a clinker brick are 2 completely different things.
I understand.
Concrete is shit. First of all, concrete is shit.
Yeah, I know, but like, that's the way we say it. Like, again, this is a difference between what you call old world and new world stuff. Like, we say concrete, but whatever they were using on top of their bricks. So like, when you go and look at like a building that looks like that it has concrete on top of the bricks.
Okay, be very specific. What country are you talking about?
So any of them.
Give me an example.
So they're like the courthouses and stuff around us or whatever, like even in North Carolina.
Are you talking about building a brick wall, brick, mortar, concrete?
No, concrete on the side.
So you're talking about the facade.
Yeah, the facade on it.
Okay, now
why would you just use that as the design instead of a clinker brick? It makes it more sturdier.
Okay, first of all, again, concrete is shit.
Again,
It doesn't make it sturdier. Concrete is absolute shit, and you will find this out in time. It's not Roman concrete we're talking about. We're talking about Portland cement. We're talking about the new shit we came up with. It's cheap. It's easy to work with.
I tried to explain that earlier.
But there's a big difference between concrete and a clinker brick. A clinker brick is cool looking. Concrete is boring and plain and brutalist.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to say beforehand, is that this is what was built before the what you call the reset. Okay, that they were using what we call their form of concrete, whatever Roman concrete.
We would call it Roman concrete, but
yeah, Roman concrete.
What it is a lime concrete. It is a line. It is a hydraulic concrete or a lime concrete, and what it does is it's a self-healing concrete. And we call it Roman concrete because
that's
this.
That's from the, like, when you call it Roman, that's what you got from the government indoctrination camps. Like,
but you got to call it something. I can't call it the Tartarians because people get any squatty.
Again,
that's what they call it.
That if you had the ability to make these, like, there was great technology back then, that you would make things absolutely perfect, and that's what they did.
Yeah. Why do we think they were perfect?
Because that all these.
When's the last time you met a human that was perfect?
Not that it was like perfect. The engineering is way better than what we have right now.
Yes, that's true.
Yes, so like they were way better at doing stuff than we are right now.
I agree.
And unbelievably better. So if they're unbelievably better, they wouldn't necessarily have these things called clinker bricks. They wouldn't. They would, because why would you use them?
Because it's an artistic expression. It's simple as that. Why do some people like heavy metal music as opposed to classical music? It's an artistic expression. You're overcomplicating it. They did it because they wanted. They did it because it got their dick hard, man. That's what it is.
Again, they
got them off. They liked it. It was like, damn, that's cool. I'm going to do that again. And then Joe Blow Schmo down the road said, man, I like what Johnny Blow Blow here did. I'm going to do like he did. And another guy did it. And then another guy's like, I'm going to take clinker bricks and regular bricks and stones, and I'm going to put them all in a wall, and I'm going to outdo you all. And it's just artistic expression. That's all it is.
And what, like,
why would they do that? Because they wanted to. Why do people dress as babies and wear diapers?
They might want to. I don't know.
It's the same thing. They just want to.
But the thing is that if you have the technology to make things the best as possible, that it just seems like there was no scarcity. They weren't dealing with this money issue that we have going on right now. So that you would try to make things as best as possible.
Well, we don't know that.
Yeah, but again, you're saying that you know that as well.
I'm not saying I know that.
You just said that.
I'm telling you what I do know. I do know because I've seen it done. Okay, in person with my own two eyes, that people built with clinker bricks because they liked it artistically.
Sure, they like it artistically. That again, but it begs the question that supposedly they were able to carve into mountains.
Okay, now here's. I like to keep things okay. Right here, you've jump tracked. Okay, you've taken one. We're talking about one thing, and then you've jump tracked to another thing, and you've combined it. To me, they're two separate things. Like you're talking about, let's say Petra. Okay, Petra is a whole different thing. It's a whole different monkey to me. That's a whole different thing than, let's say, what they got going on in India at those temples, or what we have in Utah in the mountains. Okay, this is a different thing. This is different country, as Forrest Gump would say. Okay, and what I don't know personally what is going on in Petra. I haven't studied it enough, and to be honest with you, I don't feel I could study enough unless I was actually there and could do boots on the ground and go up there and scratch those walls and look behind the facade and see what's inside those mountains. I don't know about Petra. I don't understand what's going on. Do I believe there? The meltologist will tell you, "Oh, that's a melted building." I'm not so sure. What I think it is right now, and this is just my thinking right now, and let me be clear, I don't fucking know. I think that they had some sort of 3D laser carving ability, and they did it for shits and giggles because they could. They had the technology to set this laser thing up of whatever and just and 3D print that shit through the rock. And they were working on it, and then all of a sudden we have a reset and they stopped work, and then you have this facade of a building sitting there in the middle of nowhere, and nobody knows what the hell it is, and they say, "Oh, they carved that." I don't believe they carved it. I don't believe that. Just doesn't make any sense why somebody would go in the middle of nowhere, take out a hammer and chisel and start carving, because that's some hard ass shit.
Yeah,
if
dude,
you've ever done that chiseling on that stone, it's hard. It sucks.
Again, that's why, like, if it was something you could actually do, we wouldn't have a homeless problem, because everyone would just go into mountains and start carving their own home. That's
well, see, I don't like putting the homeless with it, because I believe our homeless problem is a very, very complicated issue. I believe you have people that through, problems in their life, they got on the street, they want to get back off the street, but then you got these other people that are really fucked up, and that's about the only place they can live, because they cannot live in a normal society. Then you got people that literally want to be there. I know a guy, okay, and he used to live around here. He's gone there. They called him Little Man, and this dude was a rolling stone, and he would ride bulls, and he was just really pretty out there. But he would literally just disappear and go live under a bridge because he fucking wanted to.
Yeah,
he would just go and do it.
And he would be the one, if we could possibly do it, he'd be the one to go carve out a mountain. And we should be able to do it better than we do it. But
I don't think we carved, man. I don't think that they went in like these caves and started carving tunnel systems into the mountains and things like this. I think they had a technology that could chisel these things out, or laser etch or something. You see these videos where they take the laser and they put on the rock, and it carves out the designs in the rocks now.
For sure. And that's all based on our silicone technology now. So we don't know what that.
Yeah. They could have had silicone technology. I mean, you think about it. If they had an event that melted down things, all plastics would have been gone. If they had plastics, all that would have been disintegrated. They could have had all kinds of technology, just like we had. They might have had LCD, screens. They might have had all this laptops and stuff like that, and it all melted down in this, heat event. I don't like heat event, but I believe it was a meltdown of the grid. I believe they fried the grid. They overloaded the grid, and it wasn't everywhere. That's another thing I like to be clear about. I'm sorry, they didn't do this in New York City. They didn't do this in Philadelphia. They didn't do this in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I'm telling you, because there ain't no damn melted buildings in my hometown, Raleigh, North Carolina. There's not one single melted building in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I've actually been in a gem mine, deep in a gem mine in the North Carolina mountains, and I didn't see not one single door, window, or red brick. I didn't see anything like that. And I was deep in a mountain with a chisel, and I was pulling sapphires out of this damn gem mine. Okay.
Yeah, and like the mountains we have in Vegas are totally different than what's out here. Like,
you're right.
It's insane that what we have out there, that it just seemed like it's just a different kind of, like, the red rock.
With that.
The
But
red
I
rock.
also think that we need to take it individually per location, not say this. Like Michelle Gibson recently, I don't know if you know who that is, but she has made the statement that all of the Rocky Mountains are melted buildings. Now, picture that in your mind. I want you to go on Google sometime and look up the Rocky Mountains, and I just want you to kind of plane over the Rocky Mountains, and I want you to imagine that every single one of those is a melted building, and how many bricks that would actually be, and how much work it would actually be to build all that as one building.
For sure. I imagine that there was a lot more. There was a lot more people here.
I
Like
believe
just
there was, over
in
35 billion people here.
more, just
Yes,
way more. Like it
that's
just
the starting point. But I believe there was, but that doesn't mean that there was that many buildings. Why? Why would you need? Why in the hell would we build that many buildings? Like wouldn't people want to live in wood houses too? Wouldn't they want to? Why in the world will we build so many buildings? I just don't see a society that is more natural and more grounded in their spirituality. They would want to build a world full of bricks. I just don't see it.
The way that bricks are and the iron and how that it still like stores that there's brick batteries. Like you can make a battery out of a brick.
Yes,
So like that's why you would that it's not the same as wood. Like it's not a great conductor as it is as what's in iron and brick. So like that's why you would build it out, because then you could have a store of energy.
So why wouldn't you just throw a bunch of bricks in a big square and hook some cables up to it? I mean, why would you go to the point of building Mount Everest as a building? I have literally been told that Mount Everest is a brick building. I've been told that many all mountains. And if you just go and you look at every single of the let's say top 30 the largest mountains in the world, starting with Mount Everest, and then you look at how the average floor size for a building, okay, and then you can look at how you can figure out by the height of the mountain, and then divide that by, let's say, a 10-foot floor. You can figure out how many floors that building was, and when you get that number, it's going to blow your mind. And then you start looking at each mountain, the 30 top buildings, and you start imagining how many bricks, how many floors, how much materials it would take to build this thing. It becomes basically retarded.
It's the same thing as like in Paris when they have like the catacombs and it's just all brick. Like it's an endless amount of bricks that you can't fathom. And that's the same thing as like, hey, as someone saying, hey, they told everyone a virus exists and it doesn't. It's the exact same thing that people can't fathom it. If I didn't go through the government indoctrination camps and I had to just
do they have any idea how long the catacombs are? I know they haven't explored them all.
Yeah, I have no idea. Like it could stretch the same thing as like miles of tunnels. Like we just don't know.
Okay, here's what I would do. This was with that information. What I would do is I would research how many miles of tunnels there are in the catacombs of Paris, and then I would try to figure out the average size of those tunnels, and then I would take that information and I would go to ChatGPT and I would ask ChatGPT to run the numbers on how many bricks it would take to build that, and then how much labor, how much materials, how much time, effort it would take to build those. And you could, and I'm not saying it's accurate, but it'll give you a kind of a ballpark of what we're talking about.
For sure. But it also say like the buildings that we still have today are pretty much impossible to build now. So you're saying the exact same thing, is that they're impossible.
Okay. That's a good point. So we have all the buildings across the world that we believe were here before, correct?
Yeah.
Then you're going to add on all the mountains or melted buildings. You're going to add that to that?
Yeah, because it uses the same logic that, hey, we have impossible buildings, but now we have...
It's like double. It's like it's at least double the logic.
And again, going back to hey, I could lucid dream, like I can control my dream, that we may have lost that ability to lucid dream inside of this place, that we just don't know. That at some point, if we have a mass awakening, that we could click and go back into, hey, that we could create anything.
Okay, so basically what
we're stuck in.
You're saying that you believe in my hypothesis that we live in a holographic projection, a simulation in the mind.
I've already said that we live in a hologram, like we're wave frequencies and stuff like that.
I believe that, but what I'm saying is, here's my point. The Meltologist will tell you without a doubt, hands down, that these mountains are brick buildings. Okay, but they don't talk about a simulation. No. We built these. We made these bricks. This is what we did.
I think the one guy who's really big into it, what is his name, Jerry, I think he has said that, like, hey, that we could have just imagined this.
Yes,
like
he has.
This, yeah. So like the again, I'm not into the group of how they talk or whatever, but I also know that, like,
Jerry DeCamp is the originator of that hypothesis, and Jerry DeCamp is also very badly on drugs, and I mean very badly.
Sure. That it doesn't, that just because someone is on drugs doesn't mean that their theory doesn't make sense or isn't correct or is not correct or anything like that. But
yeah, I'm not gonna allow my mind to use Jerry DeCamp's mind.
Sure.
He literally is I don't know what he's on, meth, crack, I don't know, but he is literally off. His cheese is slid off the cracker.
For sure. Like and again,
but his theory about the melted buildings he did before he got cracked out. Okay, he's just, what he did was he came up with this idea, and then he started doing drugs immediately and got worse and worse. And today he's living he still does videos today, you know.
For sure. Because like, imagine that, like, hey, you found out like everything was a lie, that you woke up instantly and you're just like, I can't take this kind of weirdness about it. Like, I would imagine someone could kind of turn to that kind of thing. But like, again, it doesn't make anything that if you had Nikola Tesla on some crazy, like he was just hooked on Adderall, or like, again, that in professional tennis, there's a crazy Adderall problem going on. The number one player in the world, it has been suspended for being on some kind of substance, and you can see it. They're just their eyes are like this all the time. So that it doesn't make like that it doesn't make anything different that someone is. It's that we do have to look into what they're talking about. But again, that someone may be on drugs or whatever, but if they have a point, they have a point.
Okay. This is why I look into Meltology, because I felt like he had a point.
Yeah, he had a point.
However, when I'm seriously, completely hands down against the idea of a brick turn into a stone.
That's
not offering $20,000 because I'm like joking. It's not a joke. I'm dead serious. They say all mountains are melted buildings, prove it, $20,000. And if you're gonna say it, you need to bring the receipts, but they don't bring the receipts. They can't do that, and they won't. I've challenged them over and over to debates. They won't debate. They can't debate. They can't do it. They can't have a conversation like you and I are having.
Yeah, and it takes a while to do this, or it takes a certain kind of person to do this and stuff like that. Like that. And again, I don't know any of their intention.
Talk to each other. Why can't
they can talk to the. Yeah, again, it's easier. It's way easier to talk with people you agree with.
Well, sure.
Yeah, like, again, like,
I've been get anything done.
Yeah, but like that, I'm not saying anything like that. I haven't changed my tone this whole time.
No.
but I've noticed that your volume and your intensity has gotten a little bit
I
higher.
am very okay. Backstory: I have been literally at war with these meltologists for 4 years. They have death threatened me. They have accused me of getting their YouTube channels taken down. They have copy striked me multiple times. They have called me every name under the sun. And so I have a personal, vendetta against them.
Sure.
And they have pushed me to the point. I'm like, okay, y'all got to go. I want to know the truth about Meltology, but I know they're not selling the truth. And so I'm going to get there with or without them. And I've given them an opportunity to go with me. And they can take it or leave it. I really don't care. I don't expect them to change their mind, but it's people like you that are coming into it and are interested in it that I'm interested in talking to, because I want you to think about what's being said. Why do you feel like you absolutely have to have a brick turning into a stone to have a melted building?
I like a brick turn. Like, I don't. We say that one more time. Like, that I need to have a brick turning into stone to have a melted building. No, you don't need to. But like, I know that things that are heated do certain different things. The way the temperature works has an effect on our matter.
Yes, this is one of their talking points. Yes, temperature defines.
Yeah, temperature dictates matter.
That's it. But that doesn't mean that a brick can change its form into a stone. There is no proof anywhere. Nobody has ever proved it, and I don't believe anybody is ever going to prove it. Because it's just, you're taking a one thing. I'm not expecting. They never say a stone turns into a brick. I've noticed. Why is that? Why can a brick turn into a stone, but a stone can't turn into a brick?
It's the same thing as saying like the mountains. Not the mountain. The moon isn't a rock. The moon's not a rock. So that there's no rock.
The same thing. That's the apples and oranges, though.
But like, again,
two different things.
Again, that you
I agree with you, but that's two different things.
Yeah, but it's the same thing as like, hey, the Earth is not a rock.
I don't know what the hell the Earth is.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly that we don't know what it is.
What I'm saying is, they will say a brick can turn into a stone, but they will never say a stone will turn into a brick. Why? If it goes one way, why can't it go the other? You're saying the heat. Say it again. Heat dictates.
Heat dictates matter.
Okay, if heat dictates matter, and that stone gets superheated, why can't it turn into a brick and look like a brick?
As if the chemical reaction has changed it into something else. That maybe it has taken something from like whatever else is surrounding. We don't know what else is in these things. I don't know what's in these bricks. Are different than the bricks we make today. That I don't know what the bricks are made out of. I know what the bricks.
But why can a brick turn into a stone, but a stone can't turn into a brick? Why?
Because why would it turn back? It's the same thing. If like you freeze a soda, it's never gonna have the same it's never gonna have the same taste or the same carbonate.
Would you agree that a brick can turn into a stone?
A brick could probably turn into a stone. Like if you put in
electricity, a stone could turn into a brick.
I don't know. I see that there's some bricks that are changing into a stone that goes into a mountain. So that's the weird thing for me.
I don't believe you've seen that. I believe what you've seen is a brick that has been heated way too much and is starting to break down into the vitrification process. And sometimes they look like they're crispy. They look like they're burnt, like a burnt piece of toast. And it does look different than a normal brick. But if you analyze that brick, you're going to find, you know what, in that brick? It's going to be a brick every time. Brick.
Yeah, like the thing that happened to me.
It's not going to be granite. You're not going to throw a brick and heat it up, and then all of a sudden you're going to have a granite stone. It's just not possible. You're not going to have a. And why would it become a granite stone or a limestone or a quartz stone or a sapphire or gold? What where's the
again, this is all could be something like alchemy or whatever, that there's gold kind of in everything. It's just how much you can extract out of it. There's this guy named on YouTube, it's like Street States or something. He takes and purifies silver and gold out of whatever. You can do it out of you can take all the material out of whatever circuit board you have and get all the gold out of it.
I knew a guy that used to do that. He was in the scrap business, and it was secret. He wouldn't tell you what it was, but he could break it down. He would break it up, and then he would crush it up, and he would get it down as fine as he could, and then he had some sort of chemical process that he did, and it would break down the elements, and they would line up in the bucket, and he would separate it by elements. I don't know how he did it. It was secret. It was some alchemical stuff.
And so but that gold would never turn back into what it was. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that you couldn't. How would you put all that stuff back together? That's what you're saying, like turning a stone back into a brick.
Okay, but how are you turning a brick into stone then? I mean, it's
with
like
that heating process. That heating.
Okay, well, if I can heat a stone and it will melt, how come that stone doesn't turn into a brick?
It's the same thing as that you've changed the composition to where you can't get the gold back into that original weird thing that it was made out of. It's the same thing if you freeze a soda, it doesn't have the same, like the recipe's different now. It will never be a soda
again. Here's another one that they say. They say that everything is brick dust. All the dirt, all the soil is brick dust. Have you ever tried to grow a plant in brick dust?
Yeah, there's succulents that do it. The trees are you can grow trees in it. Like again, it's medium. It's that you can grow stuff in water as long as you have something that's holding the plant up. You don't need anything. That you just need whatever nutrients that the plant needs.
So you can grow a tomato plant in a pot of brick dust.
Certain plants yes, certain plants no, because some of it might be poisonous to that plant.
But this is what they're saying. They've literally said this, that everything is brick dust. They say that every bit of the dirt on Earth is brick dust,
and it's not necessary.
That's what they say. I'm going with I'm telling you what they say. This isn't my stuff.
Yeah, and I'm telling you what I have, like that I can grow things out of cocoa coir.
Okay, but everything is brick dust.
But it's not everything that's brick dust.
No. This is what they say. They say everything is brick dust. So I'm telling you what I've been studying these people hardcore for 4 years.
Yeah,
and I know them almost better than they know themselves. They say everything is brick dust. So if everything is brick dust, how do we have anything else?
So
where did the rest of the stuff from a brick come from? They don't even have that.
Yeah, we don't know where these brick came from. I have no idea.
No. There's other things in brick. Well, where did the other things in brick come from if everything's brick dust?
So like the same thing as like leaves falling off trees and kind of the decomposing. Everything decomposed, like this stuff that's organic material decomposes and turns into
dust.
I have not brick dust.
Like, no, I'm saying this is what the meltologists say.
I don't think
saying this is true.
Yeah,
I'm saying this is what they say. They say that the icebergs are melted buildings. They say literally ice is a brick building.
I can imagine like it's ice or whatever. I don't. Again, this is
how is that possible? I mean, that you need to explain. I'm trying to support your argument. This is where the argument comes from. They say icebergs are brick buildings. So how do you prove that iceberg is a brick building? Not the building is under the ice. They're saying the iceberg.
I think that they're saying that it's not.
No. They're saying an iceberg is a brick. I have the receipts.
Sure, but I'm telling you what. Again, I'm telling you what my thoughts on it, not their. I don't care about their thoughts.
Well, see, you didn't come up with this theory; they did.
But I can also add to the theory, as also I can add to mythology as well, or any of religion.
Have you ever tried to talk to them directly?
No, not really. I don't I'm not.
I suggest you go do that because
sure.
You're going to find a very interesting conversation.
Sure. That things crystallize. That we have crystals.
Okay.
So like and
So
again,
all crystals are bricks
not
that is
necessarily,
melted, but that's what
but
they say. They
again,
say
that's what they
everything is
say. But
everything is brick. Everything is brick.
again,
This
that's
is
like
what they say.
that's like me saying that like when the U.S. is bombing somebody, that I'm bombing somebody. I'm not part of them. I'm not associated with them.
I understand that. But here's what I'm telling you. These people are a fascist dictatorship. They're like a cult. I've actually
Sure.
done a video that explained how Meltology is a cult. Okay. And they, if you do not agree with them 100%, they will attack you. And
Sure.
it sucks because that's how I found it. Is I found out about Meltology, and I started looking into it, and I started asking them questions, and they started blocking me and attacking me and calling me names. I'm like, what the hell? So then I tried to ask them for a conversation, and no, couldn't do that. So then I started making videos explaining my point of view, and that made them mad. It just goes worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, and I imagine that people that like if you question something, like again, it's the same thing. Like, hey, I'm questioning this, but on all reality, we have no idea what happened here. That again, it could be
I've got a
it,
video on my channel that shows one of the top meltologists, Spartan Red, claiming. Matter of fact, I've got Jerry DeCamp, your guy Jerry DeCamp, claiming the same exact thing, that a building that was in front of the train station in Paris, France, was a melted brick building. And I proved without a doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt, and everybody on the chat will tell you about this, is still on my channel, that building was not only not a brick building, but it was an art project, and it was made out of steel and plaster, and it was a fake building that they built to look like a melted building. And I showed how clearly it is on Google Earth. It was not there, then it was there, then it's not there again, because they tore it down. It wasn't there, then they built it, and then they tore it down, and it wasn't there. And they are literally stating this is a melted brick building in the middle of fucking Paris. And I proved without a doubt, beyond a doubt, that it was a lie.
sure. That's there.
These are
I
the
didn't see
people
it.
that are putting out this theory.
Sure, but it doesn't mean that it's necessarily wrong or necessarily right. The same thing is like I don't know what this mud is. Like you could say the same thing about mud. I don't know what
But
this
we're not
mud
talking
is.
about mud. That's a whole different. That's over here.
But
That's apples. We're talking about oranges.
no.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah,
same.
yeah.
It's the same thing as like saying that the mud flood theory is just that. Hey, that these it's not necessarily mud. That we had these horses here and hay and all this nonsense, and it just kept building up. There was never mud. It's just the leaves and the
You're talking about the
decomposing and
cultural layer.
the whatever layer it could be. Like
That's
that's
what they call
I'm
that,
just
cultural layer. No, that's definitely that doesn't. No, that dog doesn't hunt at all. But that's two separate theories. And matter of fact, meltologists will tell you that mud flood didn't happen. There is no mud flood. It was all melt flood.
yeah, it could be a process of the event.
And I believe that it was two different events, two different resets. Matter of fact, it could have been even more, but there were two separate events, two separate things happening. Not saying that there was actually this mud that came in. It may have, but I'm not saying that it actually happened. I believe that it's possible in 1943 that they actually changed what we call the matrix. And at that time, they changed the hologram. They figured out how to hack the system.
And that could be the way that, like, again, what I was saying before, that hey, we lost the ability to lucid dream inside this reality. That it all could be fake. It all could be fake.
It all could be fake. It all could be fake. But I need more proof. When somebody says that a brick, I work with bricks all the time, and I work with stones all the time. And for somebody to tell me that a brick can morph, or in John Levy's words, fuse into a stone, that's a lie. To me, that's a lie.
Sure. I mean, like again, it's something that we don't know. And again, we could all be Project Blue beamed right now. We just don't know what's going on. But I've been out to these mountains, like I've hiked in them and stuff like that. Red Rock Canyon is the craziest thing I've kind of seen, and I'm just like, dude, this something.
Actually, have you watched the POV channel?
No, probably not. No, I may have watched.
I don't know how to explain him very well, but basically what he does is he looks on Google Earth in that area, and he looks for weird anomalies in the landscape, and then he actually goes out and does boots on the ground, and the stuff he finds is mind-boggling.
Sure.
And I mean, he goes places that are real remote, and he gets out his drone and he flies it up. He's found things that are, I think, unexplainable. And
yeah,
I mean,
impossible. As the same impossible. Again, we don't actually know what's going on here, but the same impossible of how many bricks there actually are.
I just don't. I don't think. I really don't believe that they're. I've lived in the mountains.
That it could have already been built. Like the place was built, and we just kind of came into it. That we built it with our mind.
I don't even care if I've lived there. I've been on the ground. I have dug in that ground, and there are no brick buildings there. In the North Carolina mountains, I have been deep into those, and I know there's just no brick buildings in there. Now, I'm not talking about Utah, say. That's a different thing. It's a different place. That's apples. I'm talking about oranges, okay? And in the North Carolina mountains, I'm sorry, there could be, okay, here's an example. I believe that Mount Pisgah near you is actually a giant tree. But that's a whole different topic.
Yeah, and the problem I have with like giant trees and stuff is the same thing of petrified corn. That everything that is organic seems to deteriorate.
I believe it's petrified.
Again, what's this? The petrified thing is coming from like dinosaur fossils and stuff.
No. Petrification happens a lot quicker than they tell us. It's a whole different thing. If you look into the hexagonal patterns in the giant trees, I think that's what'll help you on that one.
Yeah, again, it just seems like, hey, this was all organic material. Any of the trees that, again, the same thing that you say about like bricks and stuff like that is the same thing like I have with growing and seeing my plants and stuff like that. Like I just haven't seen that. That's not something I've seen, or any of the trees or old trees that I've seen.
I think that our atmosphere was a lot different back then. I believe it supported, like it was a whole different climate back then. There was a lot more oxygen. And I believe it supported much bigger life, which is why we had giants.
For sure. Again,
trees, and
we have these giant doors, whatever. All kinds of vessels could have been here. We have no idea what was going on.
I think there definitely was giants, and not just one size. I think there was multiple sizes. And depending, I think the bigger they were, the rarer they were.
And depending on where you are on the level of how much oxygen was, because again, that as you go up, there's less oxygen, so you would be kind of like a smaller being. Like we're at the top of this, and if you go, if there was a more bottom layers of this, you would find bigger beings as more oxygen were there. That's a theory. I don't know.
I think there was I believe there was an energy grid that ran off the sacred geometry of the flower of life that ran around the world, or around the plane of our projection, and that it transferred the energy, and that the obelisk, I believe, had something to do with it. I believe they were a component, and that this energy was used, and then they could store the energy in the bricks in the buildings. And what they use the energy for, that's debatable. It's hard to say, because I think that we don't have that technology. Lights, obviously.
But it could just be a healing thing. Like it just was just the energy.
One thing they used it for
was just that's how we worked.
I think the monstrances of the Catholics were part of the components.
Yeah, nothing that we see at like those buildings are not what you would technically call churches or whatever. They had no religious aspect to them. Not one bit.
No, that I don't even like. I don't even think it's like above our pay grade to know what the hell was going on in those things. I think they were very complicated.
Yeah, and that's what
like the cymatic patterns, the energy, the all of it. I don't even know. It's like
it's funny because we have a thing in the city that we have some kind of park, a memorial that we have in the center of our downtown, and we're having a big legal battle in front of it. But there was a bell with supposedly the old courthouse that I don't think there was never an old courthouse here, but there's a bell that's supposed to memorialize the old courthouse that was here.
Wait a minute. They say there was an old courthouse, but there is no evidence of an old courthouse.
Not that they don't have an old. It's the same thing as like getting the fake pictures that we have. Like you could kind of tell like it's kind of doctored, but there is a bell that we have, and I got to go ring the bell, and it throws out a perfect F sharp. Like I took my tuner and stuff like.
This is in Burlington.
In Graham, like that weird courthouse in Graham. That you could see that there's a bunch of articles on it, like how we're having a big fight about it.
I'll look into that. I'm pretty good at finding shit. That's kind of one of the things I'm really good at is finding things that are hard to find. When it comes to this research, I am a expert at digital archive digging. I'll definitely look into that.
That's the start of it. Like I'm in this article too. So
really.
Yeah, like I like the majority of my speech in city council. Again, I don't want to deal with government, but like again, I want to see what's inside the bottom of the building or the bottom of that. And the sooner that they start digging this up, the sooner I can look into it.
Wow, that's really cool. I like. I'm totally behind Bill being part of it and the cymatics being part. Another thing I think is that they. And this is kind of an out there theory, but it's kind of my thinking on this is that the stained glass that portrays all the religious stuff is that they took that stained glass out and reworked it.
Yeah.
And they made it that religious stuff. I think it was different at one point. I don't think it's anything to do with religion.
Not anything to do with religion. It's the deal with what they saw in the sky. The constellations, like the whole story of the Jesus story is, hey, it hangs out with his 12 friends, the 12 constellation. Right. It heals the sick. It's the only thing that the reflection's the only thing that walks on water. Also like they can turn water into wine, all that, like you can make grapes and stuff like that. So
all that was taught in the mystery schools.
Yeah. So that it was the story. And now we're kind of entering in the age of Aquarius. So that we need some kind of we don't know, like, because the story of Judaism is the ram. I think it's what Pisces or something. Not Pisces. Aries.
Akhenaten being Moses. Have you looked into that theory?
Probably like that. The I'm not too deep into this, like, because you can go. The whole thing about Baal is the cow, the Taurus. Right. So like the Moses story was trying to get the people to get off the cow story, and then the whole Jesus story is to get everyone off the ram story. And now we're gonna have this fight to get everyone off the Jesus story, because now we have the water bearer as we go into this new age. But like you got
the light bringer now. You got the light bringer coming in.
Yeah, but again, the light bringer is just the sun. Like it's just the sun.
I mean, it's people focus on Satanism and they don't know anything about Satanism, and it's not the Satanists you need to worry about; it's the Luciferians. Those are the ones you got to watch out for.
But it's the cultists who are still doing the magic tricks that we think
that are Luciferians.
Yeah, or whatever it is that we don't know, that they. And that's the whole thing about like, hey, like these whole things about like the world fairs and stuff, that they got everyone tricked onto these religions, that the people at the top understand that there are no religions or whatever, but we have the NPCs who are in the program and still practice the religion. So they still they think they're racist, that you're not a race, you're not a religion, you're not any of this, but they're still running the code for it. And
right.
that they'll do those certain things.
What do you think about the World's Fair? What's your opinion on that?
They were indoctrination camps.
Okay, do you think that we built them, or do you think they were already here?
They were already
do you have
here.
Opinion there? You think
They were already here. They're already
here. Do you
here.
think they were permanent, or do you think they were temporary?
No, like I think that they were already here permanently, and they just kind of they tore them down as best that they could. Like in Chicago, like I've been to Soldier Stadium, and you're just like that outside part of it is just like, yo, like this isn't something you would. This is incredibly hard to do. Like no wonder why they don't tear it down.
Right.
The same thing about the
this is something I learned about demolition, is that when they started back in a lot of times in the 60s and 70s, back when they used wrecking balls, they would go to take down these old world buildings, and they'd hit it with that wrecking ball, and the wrecking ball would just bounce off. And it was so hard. And what it was the bricks, but it wasn't necessarily the bricks. It was the strength of the lime mortar.
Yeah.
And the multiple
layers.
Brain fart. The courses of bricks.
Yeah.
The multiple courses of bricks. And then they would do stuff like they'd put a brick this way and then a brick this way and tie it into the layer behind it. And then they would tie another layer in it, and it would be layers locked into layers, and it was very strong.
That amount of bricks is just impossible to think about. Like that you go, that is an insane amount of bricks to like, hey, we got to order all these bricks in a world that they said that like that we're white.
People don't realize that when they see these like limestone facades and whatever marble facades, whatever, that they don't realize that there's bricks behind that.
Exactly.
Because that's just the facade. Now, some are stone buildings. They're built out of big stones, yes, but most of the time that's just a facade. And the building is actually brick. So when you get down into that thing, you find out not only is there this amazing, 3-4 inch facade, but then you've got 3-4 courses of brick behind that.
I did a TikTok of some guy that was talking about how like the old cathedrals or whatever, like we still built those, and he shows like the thing they make out of like paper mache, and you're like, hey yo, and it was like a 4-story building with all that like the weathering. What do they build stuff out of now? That's not like plywood, but like they'll make a first floor out of brick or concrete, and then the next couple floors are this kind of sheetrock kind of thing. I don't know what it is. Hang on, let me look.
OSB.
It looks like. Where is it? It's just like. It looks like paper mache, and you go to a real like one of the real buildings, and you go, hey, dude, what you showed me was a 4-story building. This building is the size of a football field, and not only is this like football field tall, and like you're not building a football field tall building anymore.
I think that they I don't know the number, but there is an actual limit to how tall you can build a brick building, and I forget what that limit is. That there's some sort of you lose structural integrity at some point. And it's not as high as you might think, but I used to know this, but there is a limit to how high a building can be built. It literally, the bricks, oh man, I've got a video that talks about this. But there's I want to say 15 stories. It's something like that. It's not much. It's I used to know this, but there's a limit to how you can build a brick building.
And is that a brick building that's not like reinforced by like steel or concrete or something like that?
Right,
it's just straight up brick.
Because
we have like the Empire State Building that is just this giant brick building, but it's reinforced by something.
It's reinforced steel.
Yeah, but again, that's
a brick built like a brick.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
When you're talking about a steel reinforced building, basically you're talking about a steel building with a brick a brick lining, or it's a brick facade, or
did you see the plane that hit the Empire State Building and showed all the yeah, so like there's massive layers of bricks in that building. It's not like it's a facade. It
but
was
it's a
made out
steel frame.
yeah,
That's
you
different.
can't.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no.
I'm talking
and
about
that's
brick alone, standalone brick building. You can only go so high with it.
it's the same thing as like
it's an engineering thing, and I don't understand it as much.
What like we can make hemp bricks, but we can only go so high with that. It's only like 3 stories or whatever, and then it can't support its own weight after that. That's what that you can't.
Like that,
yeah. So there's you have to reinforce it somehow, and that like they must have been able to reinforce this that steel technology isn't something that's new. Like they had that back then.
I believe they had steel back in the old world. I believe that too,
because we have like the railroad system and stuff like that. Like people don't understand like that the railroad was
part of my Mudflood theory. That I see, I gave an esoteric version. I have an esoteric theory and an exoteric theory of Mudflood, and my esoteric theory basically is it's all a hologram. My exoteric theory is a little more complicated. It has to do with Wilhelm Reich's Oregon Cloudbuster. I don't know if you've heard this before, but basically they would roll up on the trains, which I believe the train tracks and the trains were still here. They would have a Cloudbuster weapon on this train. They would send it into like a lake or a pond to charge the system, and then they would make it rain over hills that would then create mud that would then come down in a flow into the towns or cities. That's the basic gist of it. But that's my exoteric theory. That's my for the masses theory. That because people want something they can put their teeth into, something that's real. And we know that a cloudbuster is real. This has been scientifically proven. We know that trains are real, and it does seem like the trains were here and were dug out.
Yeah.
And so I put this theory together of a theory that you could actually take, and this is a proven thing, that a cloudbuster can make it rain. Okay, so I put this theory that you got the trains and the tracks, and you got a cloudbuster. If you put those two together, it's a mobile weapon, and it could create a mud flood.
And we made it rain in Vietnam. You know, like we made it rain. Like, dude, we did that whole war looked like it was fought in mud. Same thing in World War II. It looked like the whole thing was fought in mud.
Wright did it with a lot easier.
Yeah,
Wilhelm Wright,
so like
on point.
Weather manipulation, like it's for sure. Like when people you tell people, hey, the government controls the weather. Like no, it doesn't control it. China
was controlling the weather during their Olympics.
Yeah, because they didn't want it to rain during their Olympics.
And it was mainstream news, and people still don't believe it.
And so, like, and again, they've turned in their surviving cities that they have there. They just told them that they just built them out of nowhere. Like the cities that look like France or something that they had, like they just say that they built them because of no reason. They just wanted to build them.
Well, you know, the official history of China is, I don't remember which emperor it was, but he erased China's history. They completely erased it, rewrote it, and they destroyed all the evidence, all the books. They killed all the people, the historians. They erased China's history, so Chinese people do not know Chinese history, and they can't know Chinese history.
They think that panda bears are like out in the wild. That animal cannot be out in the wild. Like it can't move fast enough. Like it wouldn't survive.
No,
dude, I would be the first thing I ate. Like if I was out, like if I was a predator, I'd be like, oh, look at this black and white bear out in the middle of nowhere that can't do anything. Like it's clumsy and stuff. Like those are protected animals that are, it's some kind of like mixed animal that they bred or whatever. Like it's not a real wild animal.
I mean, did you ever read the works of Zachariah Sitchin?
Mm-mm.
A lot of people are going to fight me on this one. That's okay. Let them write. Zachariah Sitchin basically interpreted the Sumerian text and talked about the Anunnaki and how the Anunnaki came to Earth and were mining gold, and this is where the Sumerian gods came from, and that basically they genetically modified uh, humanoid figures, and they cut off their DNA, and they genetically modified them to be a slave race to dig the gold, and we are the descendants of this genetic modification. And another thing they did was they genetically modified animals, and they made a lot of mistakes. And it's a really, if you're ever interested in stuff like that, the 12th Planet is the the original book on that. But a lot of people fight me in the comments on this one. A lot of controversy about Zachariah Ascension, but it's really interesting food for thought. And I think there is a little something there that needs to be at least pondered.
Yeah, we breed animals a certain way so that we get a certain thing out of them. Like the chicken is like, hey, we got this docile bird that's really dumb. Like, hey, it's really easy to, like, we can farm this and eat this and stuff like that. But like, again, like that you could mix, like that people got into this God thing that you can't play God, so that you wouldn't be able to breed different animals or breed things with humans, but that the elites do this kind of thing.
Like snakes, venomous snakes. I really, this is just my belief. I don't believe that venomous snakes are something that the creator made. I think that somebody genetically modified snakes to be venomous, because I'm sorry, I really just don't feel like the creator would throw something on this earth that is literally going to jump out of nowhere, bite you, and kill you.
Yeah, and that's the thing I was saying earlier, that something has kind of hijacked this place. It's not just the one.
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely.
So that's why, like, hey, something has happened here, and that we have no clue what's going on, and people are controlling this place, or something is controlling this place outside of what you would say the creator is.
Yeah, and they're getting all kinds of crazy with. And it's, people think the people in control are people like our elite, like your Bill Gates and your Rothschilds and people like that. They're not. They're just puppets.
Yeah, and I have a video on that they're not, like, they're just the billionaires you see on TV, the Donald Trumps, that they're all puppets. They're all characters to play. Yeah, that you don't have an election, you have a selection, that none of your votes matter. Like, it's a ridiculous thing to think that anything you vote on will get changed instantly.
Did you see the thing about Copeland? What's the preacher named Copeland? Dennis Copeland, or the mega preacher guy? Oh man, I can't remember his name. He's got really wild eyes. Anyways, he did this. They showed this video recently where he was literally drinking blood in church service. And man, I tell you what, they're so brazen with it now. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, they'll take their whatever the script is, and like it's out in the open that they'll do things on those certain days, there's certain holidays, whatever it is, they'll do it out in the open. So like we had James Franco running around here.
Copeland.
There it is. Copeland. So we had James Franco running around our town because he's thinking about running a movie around here, and everyone's going crazy over this guy. And I'm like, dude, this guy is a blatant occultist.
Oh yeah,
blatant occult, hanging out with Maria Abramovich and stuff like that.
Yeah. God, she's creepy.
Yeah, and I'm just like, how do you not know? Like, how, like this? It was instant when I was like, why is everyone happy that this person is here? Oh, he made some Hollywood movies. Like, he's an actor, he's a director. Like, dude, you guys are crazy.
I mean, these people are running around there, they're drinking the A113, and they're just it's incredible, the stuff that they are getting away with, and it's right there in front of your face. And it's almost a good thing, because then you got people that are going to wake up due to that. I mean, this is the great revealing. That's all the apocalypse is it means revealing.
Yeah, and we're going, that it's that time to go into a new age, and we need a new story, and we need like that
We create the new story.
Yeah, and that's what it is. We create the new story so
Yeah.
that we have our, but the story is whatever the sun is doing. Like, so we're entering the age of Aquarius, so we have to make our water bearer story, whatever that constellation look like, with the sun hanging out with its 12 friends or whatever. It's the same story over and over again. We just kind of make it our own.
Have you looked into that?
What was that?
Have you looked into the black hole sun?
No, but I know that there's weird orbs up there or whatever that kind of block out stuff or whatever.
I've got a video somewhere talking about the black hole sun. That's some interesting stuff you might be interested in. Some esoteric stuff. I don't touch on. I'm pretty firm on the don't cast pearls before swine. I don't give everybody. It's like a few weeks back. I can't remember. It's one of the viewers here tonight. I can't remember which one, but they asked me what's the meaning of as above, so below, and I said, you know what, you need to go look for yourself, because I could give you the answer, but by you going and searching for that answer, you're going to find out so much more than I can ever give you.
Yeah, because you're gonna continually go, where it's from, why is it, who is doing it, can you do it, then
follow
you can
that trail and just walk down that road and see where it goes. Because if I give it to you, I've just cheated you, and that's no good.
And we kind of gave it as in like The Secret or something or whatever, of like the way you present yourself and the way you ask for things, that you have to read the signs and stuff like that, or that you think of something and you try to implement it. So like that we gave out the answer. We gave out the answer, but like you still have to go look for it. Like
you might have a completely different interpretation of it, which might be more meaningful to you, and I don't want to rob you of that.
But yeah,
it's so fascinating. I just love this shit. I don't talk about a lot. Normally on my channel, I don't talk about this esoteric sort of stuff because a lot of people don't understand it. But when I have somebody to bounce off with, it's really interesting. I think you and I are very much on the same page. Except for Meltology, we're ping ponging on that, and that's
again we could all
having a conversation.
We could all be Project Blue Beamed right now, and it's just kind of complete nonsense. And it was just like that. It's somebody painted this into us, like that it's not anything. That it's just that we can't remember whatever it is. We don't know, but like again.
But I can't prove that. I think people need they need proofs. They need to see facts.
Yeah.
The like this airy fairy stuff is I don't like The Secret. Okay, if you watch the movie, it's like it sounds so airy fairy, and they don't really teach you how to they teach you how to attract stuff, but they don't teach you how to do it properly. And then you might go out and you might attract some things to yourself, but you might attract things that are not so good. When I first woke up, I was not very good at attraction, and I made mistakes, and I learned the lessons the hard way about what you can attract and how badly that can go. And I'm telling you from personal experience, folks, that you better learn how to use this stuff, because you sometimes will get what you want, but you better be careful what you ask for. I promise you
that you may not get what
you may get exactly what you want.
Yeah, and you got exactly what happened.
And I learned, but it was very I wish I could have learned different ways, because it is incredible what you can attract to yourself. I mean, the law of the universe, the law of attraction is extremely powerful. It is extremely real. It's not a joke. The movie The Secret is real. It's just they don't go far enough. They don't explain all the things you need. It's not one law. There's not one universal law. I just posted a video, 50 universal laws. It'll blow your fucking mind. Okay. You'll go down that rabbit hole and you'll just be like blown. It'll take you places and it'll blow your mind. But if you don't learn how to put these things into balance, you are really going to screw your life up.
Yeah.
Don't do
that. You may get a different outcome. You may get what you asked for, but the outcome could be something totally different.
I was getting exactly what I was asking for, but the repercussions of that were completely, I got exactly what I asked for. And I don't go into details about this because it's, it's very personal stuff, but I promise you, money is no object. If you want money, you can definitely attract that to yourself, but it's not all that glitters isn't gold. So I tell you what, it's getting late and
For sure.
I've got to work in the morning, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a bow out. And I'm gonna put out tell Dragon Sage that I am sorry that I didn't get to him tonight, but we will get to him very soon.
Yeah, sorry, Dragon Sage.
That's my fault. He is into, I don't know how to explain. I'll get there in a minute, babe. I don't know how to explain it, but he's a concrete man. And I'm going to talk to him about concrete, I believe, at some point. And I think that's going to be really interesting. He is a musician. He plays guitar and sings. So you might check him out.
Very cool.
He's got a YouTube channel. We'll do this in another couple weeks. And like I said, as long as you follow the show rules, which they might be a little much, but they're my rules, and I think it works well. And I enjoy a long ass conversation with somebody that is awake. I don't need to agree with you, and you don't need to agree with me. And we can butt heads. You can call me a dumbass, a dickhead, whatever you want to call me. But as long as we're communicating in real time, face to face, even if you're on an icon, as long as we're communicating in real time, even though time's an illusion, we're actually making fucking progress. And I think that's what we need to be doing, instead of like you and I started in the comments section butting heads like a bunch of rams.
But it got to this. It got to this, and that's the thing. Like, exactly. Again, we had a 4-hour conversation.
Thank you for having the balls to do this, because a lot of people would have backed off and be like, "No, fuck that motherfucker."
Yeah, like I'm gonna say, if I'm gonna say I'm gonna do something, I'm going to do something. Like that. It's just.
And I believed you. I believe you. Matter of fact, Hippie Shake. She's my main mod up there. You'll see her in the corner. She's over in the UK, and she is the main mod on the channel. And I was telling her earlier today that you were planning on coming on, and this could be a very interesting conversation. So she'll tell you that I was already a heads up on what you were going to do.
Yeah, so it's very late.
Practically, I sensed that you were going to be, a whole different ball game once I got you on here. So, and you were. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. That. I don't know, like I don't think, again, like I'm not here to make YouTube money or anything like that, but like it's fun to be out here and doing kind of stuff like this.
Well, everybody go check out his TikToks and give him a subscribe and watch a video and give him a like if you like his shit, and if you don't, tell him that he needs to do better, and just go and say hello to him, and we'll be back real soon. I do this about every 2 weeks, and you're more than welcome to come back and have another chat, and that would be wonderful. That's perfectly cool with me.
Awesome. All right. Thanks for having me. I'll see you later.
Sam. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. We're gonna head out for a night, and again, Dragon Sage, I'm sorry I didn't get to you. We will definitely get back to you, because I definitely wanted to talk to you, and I believe David Rife wanted to come on and talk. So David Rife, if you're out there, come in and talk to us on the next show, and we will have a good conversation. And I appreciate you all. Thank you for listening to our long-windedness, and hopefully you enjoyed it and learned a little something, and maybe you agreed, maybe you didn't disagree, maybe you disagreed, and that's okay. At least we're having a fucking conversation. I'll see you real soon. Love, Biggs.
This motherfucker don't miss.
No, he's fucking good.
That motherfucker don't miss, man.
He's good.
In the heat of battle, he don't miss.
No.
In the heat of controversy, he don't miss.
No.
It's a mystery! It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma! Don't you get it?
Say woof again! Say woof again!
I've got one that can see.
Welcome to the underground.
This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
See you later.